Greetings, family. I know I'm late. But I'm late for a good reason. First of all, greetings. Hey, how y'all doing? I know it's been some time. This is Cassandra-Floyd, otherwise known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I'm 50, bitch. I am 50. So I'm trying to still kind of get myself situated because I had a crazy day. Oh, yay. Hey, everybody. I had a crazy day. And after a couple of crazy nights, and so I spent like the last 48 hours, like I always do, man, just like studying, researching. I had a wellness consultation client today, that was from the UK. And while I was doing this woman's intake, I was just having epiphany after epiphany after epiphany. There were things that I had been studying over the last couple of days that I wrote and even made mental notes of, but at the time didn't know why they were relevant. And then I had this consult with this lady today, y'all. Ooh, child, that consult sent me on a whole ass spin. Then I had a whole list of things that I was going to do today. Promised myself I was going to do today to feel most progressive. I don't know if y'all can see that, but that list didn't get far because somebody was really attempting to derail my day. So let me tell you what had happened, okay? I know I came in here like a whirlwind, but I'm leading up to something. You feel me? So let me tell you what had happened, okay? My daughter, sweetheart that she is, bought me a manicure, a pedicure, and a facial for my birthday. And so today I was like, yes, we on the eve of this next eclipse. You feel me? Let me kick the doors in this time because that last eclipse, baby, wore me out, did me in, threw me for a loop, all the things, right? So I was like, I'm prepared for this one. So I was like, yes, let me start the eclipse energy off right. You feel me? I'm gonna get my nails done. I'm gonna get my facial done. I'm gonna get my feet done, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do my hair. I'm gonna put some money in my hair. You feel me? All the things, right? And so she got me Groupons for the facials and for the mani-pedi, right? So I scheduled the mani-pedi first, and I was gonna go get the facial next. And I get to the place. There's nobody there but one person. There's no customers, and this lady is the only person there doing everything. She up in there by herself, right? And so I got a janky phone. Like I'm always complaining about my phone and how janky my phone is. And how one of these days, it's like the worst, to me, it's the worst task is having to replace your phone. I know, like, my daughter is one of them people that's guilty. Like, every time you have the opportunity to get a new phone or to upgrade, they upgrade. That is not me. That ain't even remotely me. It ain't even, child. I will be avoiding. It's like the worst task to me. I avoid it like the plague. And so my phone has been janky for some time. I think February, as a matter of fact, because that's when my friend I told y'all who lost his house in the fires, that was when he moved in, was in February. And he was helping me get some stuff out of the car. A phone, even though it's got a guard on it, fell face side down, smacked the screen. And I was like, I ain't getting a new phone. I'm getting a new phone. So I have been for months, you can't even see without the face of it on, but for months, I'm like, I'm not getting a new phone. I went to this place to try to have the screen fixed. And even though I'm sitting here watching him, on the computer, try to figure out how much it was going to cost to replace the screen. It used to be, man, you could go somewhere to these little rinky-dink shops. You feel me? You could pay $50, $40 to get your screen replaced. So I'm like, I'm gonna have to go on YouTube and figure out how to replace my own screen. I'm sitting here watching him look up what it's gonna cost to buy the screen to replace my screen because he didn't have one there at the shop. Just at one of these little regular stores around here that be replacing screens, right? The screen was gonna cost $15. And I guess he didn't see that I saw how much the screen was going to cost. And he was like, yeah, it's going to be $95 to replace your screen. I said, really? I said, how much time is it going to take to replace the screen? Oh, about 15, 20 minutes. I said, you know what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I ain't fixing my screen. You feel me? So anyway, when I go into the nail salon today, hold on, so let me just go ahead and tell you why I'm late. I was doing a lead up. Let me go ahead and do it. So this woman, she is trying to walk me through because I don't have enough room on my phone for another app. Okay. So I was like, no biggie. I'll just go through here, look it up on a web browser, look up my Groupon on a web browser, open it from there, you feel me? And then go through the thing. So I open my Groupon from the web browser. I give her the phone because I don't want to fuck nothing up. So she says, oh yes, here, view voucher. She was an Asian lady. View voucher. So she clicks, I give her my phone. She clicks view browser. She say, now I have to open voucher. So it says swipe to redeem. So she swipes to redeem the Groupon. Okay. She says something wrong. I said, what's wrong? She said, it didn't turn red. I said, what? She said, it didn't turn red. I said, I don't understand. She said, when it's paid, it turns red, the barcode. But so the barcode was up. Okay. So when she goes to swipe to redeem the voucher, because all I can assume, because I don't have the app, all I can assume is that because I opened the Groupon on a web browser as opposed to the app, it just said redeemed on September 19th. I was like, okay, I don't know anything about that. She said, when it's red, I get paid. I said, but you were the one that swiped on the Groupon, and you see right there, it says redeemed. There's a code to verify that it's a numerical code to verify that it's redeemed. And then there is a date saying redeemed on this day. She said, I don't know. It did not turn red. They won't pay me. I said, woman, you are sitting here looking at the thing saying redeemed after you swiped it, not me, right? She refused to do my service. She refused to do my mani-pedi. I was livid after spending all night last night hyping myself up on some positive energy before the eclipse and shit. Baby, my hair was on fire. I was so livid. So I walked up out of there. I'm trying, and of course, Groupon ain't got, because all these apps, none of them got phone numbers anymore because they're too sorry to want to hire human beings. No phone numbers. Even the apps that I used to work for, Handy and Soothe, there are no phone numbers where you can contact human beings. You can send a quote message to customer support and we will get back to you. So you done got somebody money from somewhere, but can't nobody call you in the event that you got any kind of conflict. So I'm livid because I was so hyped. It's the only reason I left my house today was to get my mani-pedi, and then I booked an appointment straight from there to go get the facial done. Well, because I was fooling around with this woman trying to figure out how to resolve this issue, then Groupon locks me out and says I've maxed on the number of times I can use the app in a day. So I can't even use the app no more for the rest of the day till tomorrow. So the appointment that I had next, I couldn't use because there would be no way for me to pull up the Groupon to go get the facial done. So I had to come home, cancel the second appointment for the facial, and just have an attitude about the fact that that shit, which I'd scheduled for the peak part of my day, the 3 o'clock appointment for the mani pedi, and then the 5:30 appointment to get my facial done. So that bitch literally derailed my plans for the rest of the day. So I came up in here upset, with a whole ass attitude. I said, okay, let me just get something to eat, have a little wine. I ain't gonna let this shit derail my day. And called my daughter to let her know what was happening so she too could reach out to Groupon or whatever. And I'm gonna tell you, plus it's hot as hellfire today. And you know how when shit go fucked up and it's hot outside, like hot outside, you just don't want to do nothing. Like after the winds have been kicked out your sails, you're like, fuck it, I ain't doing shit, right? So I finished my laundry. That was the one progressive thing I got finished today. So I finished my laundry, and I was like, you know what? By the time all of this went down, I left my house at 2:30 to go to this appointment. By the time I'm sitting right here, like calming down, you feel me? Now I'm tired to the point that I'm like, I don't want to do anything. And I went in the room. This is 6:30. This is 6:30. I go to my room to take a nap at 6:30, right? I'd scheduled this appointment, this live for 9 o'clock. But I went down hard. It was like the kind of, emotional exhaustion that it shouldn't have been, that just push you down. Like, fuck it. I don't want to do anything, so let me just take a nap and I'll feel better about my life when I wake up. So I woke up at 10 because I didn't bring my phone with me to set an alarm. So I laid down at about 6:30. I said, I'm going to lay down for an hour, get up, pull my notes together for the live, and then I'm going to come up in here and do this live at 9 o'clock. Well, I slept till 10. I went down hard, right? I got up. And I was like, damn, I'm late. You feel me? So I'm going to go up in here. I'm going to open the thing. I'm going to do the live. Now, y'all see, I didn't get up on the side till about 10:45, right? Let me tell you why. I woke up scrambling for my phone. I was like, what the hell did I do with my phone? I just had my phone. Right? I couldn't find my phone nowhere. And the reason I never cannot not find my phone. Literally. I never cannot not find my phone. So now I got another attitude. I'm like, come on. Why can't I find my phone? Just some bullshit. I just had an attitude, right? And spirit slowed me down. That's because I never cannot not find my phone. I'm not one of those people that's always asking myself, where I put my phone? Where I put my phone? That's not me. I have my phone always one of three places. In my purse, charging, on a charger, or in my bedroom when I have laid down. I did not remember taking my phone in there because my phone had died. And so I was like, I thought I'd left it in here to charge, but apparently I'd taken it in the room. Long story short, I needed to lose my phone to slow me down, because if I would have got right up and got right up on here, I wouldn't have even been paying attention because it was so quiet in here. The two boy cats I had put outside, you feel me? And so they outside playing somewhere. And girly squirrely, Tempest, she been real lazy. You feel me? She been real lazy for about the last 3 weeks. Okay. So I get up, I'm running around. Oh my God, where's my phone? I got to get on my live. Right? So I'm looking everywhere for my phone. And baby, I knew it wasn't over there, but I was like, you know what? Because you see, I'm set up different. I'm not set up at my desk. So I was like, well, let me just go over here and see if for whatever reason I put my phone on my desk. How about my baby Tempest that had babies while I was asleep, because she was sitting on the couch next to me when I got ready to go to bed to take a nap. I get up, I'm running around, and I go over there, and I know my phone wasn't over there, but I was like, let me go check anyway. And I looked down, and right up under my desk, even though I had this bougie ass, very cute little mama gonna have her baby soon little area, you feel me? I made this whole little cute area for Tempest. It's so cute. She ain't want no part of it. So for about the last 2 weeks, y'all, I have been picking her little fat pregnant ass up, putting her over in the little area to try to get her acclimated to this cute little area that I reserved for just for her. And of course, because why bearing chromosome ass motherfuckers always feel entitled to everything. Baby, I'm telling you, it's in the atmosphere. The two boy cats, every day, every day, every single solitary day, I was fighting the two boy cats, even though because they was jealous, hating ass, why bearing chromosome ass bitches, you feel me? I was like, okay, y'all obviously got a problem with Tempest having her own little sacred goddess spot so she can have her babies. So I had to make two little extra special spots for the niggas. You feel me? And I'm not lying, y'all. This is my drama in my life for the last 2 weeks. So I had to make extra special, cute little spaces for the niggas so that they can stop bum rushing her cute little goddess space. I'm telling you, not 5 minutes after I set up the cute little goddess space, even put like a little curtain around it so that I could hide it from the niggas. You feel me? How about both them niggas? Every time I turn around, I open up the little curtain and it's some nigga in the goddess space. I said, this should have, you know what? I should have been recording this shit the whole time to do a little mini drama about the shit because it might be a live I need to do because I need to help y'all understand how motherfucking chemistry works, how biochemistry works, and why bearing chromosome ass shit is not reserved just for it's not trapped by your skin. That shit is like it's palpable outside your motherfucking cipher, bitch. I'm trying to give y'all a word right now. You feel me? And so we think that male species things out in the world, you feel me, it's just fucked up just on GP. You feel me? No, man. And so the Y chromosome ain't an affliction. The Y chromosome is it's a necessary adaptation. We call it a mutation, adaptation, mutation, whatever you want to use. But the Y chromosome is a necessary adaptation throughout all these upper level species in the environment, specialization and all this shit. I ain't gonna get that deep on y'all right now. But when I tell you, I have been saying it for some time with my cats, right? How I could have done a whole goddamn sociology project on the behavior of the Y-bearing chromosome entities in my motherfucking house, child. What's his name? Storm was already bad enough. And I say bad relatively, because that's my boo. You feel me? But his little Y-bearing chromosome ass shit started showing up real early. Real early. I said, this shit is wild to watch. This shit is wild to watch. Because there ain't no other cats. So it ain't like he learned Y-bearing chromosome as behavior by observation and socialization. You dig? This shit is chemistry, bitch. And so these Y-bearing ass chromosome entities in my house, child, as soon as I go to set up, because all of them have like, you know, the little kitty things, you feel me? You can little sleep on your little kitty thing. Every one of them. I have 3 of everything. 9 ain't technically even mine. Though I probably won't be giving 9 back to Kevin, but 9 is not even technically mine. But all three of these cats got their own little shit. They each got their own little scratching pose. They each got their own little cute, squishy, cushiony thingy thing to lay on. These niggas don't want the shit that I done got for them, that I done bought for them. No, they don't want that. They want what my girl got. Every time. As soon as I set up that little goddess space for I call it girly squirrely, but for Tempest, the next thing I know, Storm, fat, squishy self, is just laid the fuck up in her shit. I was like, no, nigga, get the fuck out. So I chase him out the shit. Next thing you know, 9 ass, and he big as hell. 9 is big as hell. I wish I could. They outside. But not as big as hell. That's a big nigga. He a big ass Tom. He big as fuck. And he ain't fat. He is stocky. He like biggish. He look like a little tiger. You feel me? I go up in there and it's cause girly squirrely. Tempest is little. She little. She dainty. She little. You feel me? And this nigga big. And so the next thing I know, I done chased Storm about the shit because that's his MO anyway. You feel me? Even before 9 got here, that Storm MO is always trying to bogart a bitch. You feel me? So I go up in there, 9 giant ass. He big like this big. His ass just stretched out. His arms is like this. His legs, he literally stretched all the way out with his arms over his head, just chilling with his belly up in the air in her shit. I said, get the fuck out of her shit. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all got your own shit. What's wrong with y'all? He was like, we don't want our shit. We want her shit. We don't want our shit. We want her shit. So, because they didn't want they shit, you feel me? See, her shit cuter than our shit. We don't want our shit. We want her shit. And so because they think her shit cuter than they shit, I got to quote home make because they don't want the store-bought cute squishy little sleep pad things. You feel me? The little pet pad things. They don't want that. So I got to take old blankets from downstairs out my storage to quote roll up, make a little circle, put a little padding with some old sheets in it. Both them niggas. One is up under here in the living room. Every time I turn around, if I can't find 9, his ass is up under the little pad, up under the elevated seat, up under the chair. I had to do the exact same thing in the room where I had Girly Squirrely set up, and that's where Storm be at. They like, that's all we wanted our cute little made up goddess shit too. I was like, y'all ain't shit. Y'all really ain't shit. You feel me? And y'all right, I done seen it twice. Yes, they be bogarting motherfucking food. I'm like, why y'all niggas do that? I give y'all the same amount of every fucking thing. Y'all know what y'all shit look like. I put it in the same place every time. And I got to pick both the niggas up. The girl don't ever do that. When they be trying to bogart her food, you know what she do? What we do? We back up. If it's that important to you, go ahead. I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. She don't hiss. She don't none of that shit. When one of them big niggas try to bogart her fucking food, when they got the same amount of food in the exact same bowl, in the exact same place, every fucking time I feed them, your bowl here, her bowl here, y'all all got y'all own water, and they'll sniff on their food, and they like, damn, what she got look better than mine. Let me go over there. Both them do that. Let me go on over there and get what she got. You feel me? And so every time they do that, I have to pick they fat bogart asses the fuck up and put them back over there where they motherfucking food at. And they like, oh, this nice. I like this now. But I gotta pick them. I'm telling you, every single day. I gotta pick they ass up, move them away from her food. You feel me? So that they can eat their own shit. And so what I started doing is I will give her 2.5 times more food than the niggas because I know, like clockwork, they're going to go over there and chink some of her food before they finally go over there and eat their own shit. And so since she's been pregnant, this has been the case even since she's been pregnant. So since she's been pregnant, since she's pregnant, so she's moving slow and everything, you feel me? And so every night they want to go out. They chilling all day because it's hot as fuck outside. But as soon as the sun go down, they all want to go outside. She can't go outside so slick because she moving slow. You feel me? So she'll just sit by the door and watch them outside playing until they come back in. Knowing that these niggas gonna go outside every day when it's cool outside, I done started giving her extra food because she pregnant. So I done started giving her extra food after the niggas leave to go outside and run the streets. After the niggas go outside to run the streets, I've been setting my baby up to eat more food. You feel me? I'm telling y'all can't make this shit up. It's been a whole drama unfolding in my shit since this girl got pregnant. It was already bad before she got pregnant. But these niggas like doubled down. I was like, okay, well surely there's something, in the animal kingdom environment that's gonna have them niggas see that her belly getting big, and so they gonna beat the fuck up off of her. Hell no, they ain't gonna be the fuck. Them niggas doubled down. Them niggas doubled down. You feel me? They doubled down. And so I go over there today. They outside. I go over there thinking, something wrong. I can't find my phone. And this girl, and of course, I went into that whole diatribe because I made this cute little baby kitty goddess face with her own little separate, her own little separate cute goddess stuff. I spray painted it gold, her litter box. Spray painted it with gold metallic paint. Put her own little cute girly scratch pad where the kitty litter is, and it's got flowers all over it, so she can scratch her little dainty feet after she used the bathroom, and then she could teach her little babies. So it had a low rim, so when the babies have to go poo poo, you feel me? She can easily place them in there to do their little thing. I had the whole cute little setup. She was like, "Bitch, I don't want this shit." All that fighting I had to do with them niggas to keep them out her shit. I'm picking her fat ass up every day to put her in the box so she know exactly where she can safely go to deliver her babies when it's time. She's like, bitch, I don't know how many times I've even put food in the thing. I put wet food inside the little goddess box, you feel me? So she can start getting acclimated to receiving food and water in her little goddess area. She was like, thank you for the food. So she'll stand up in there long enough to eat the food. She was like, but I keep telling you I don't want this shit. I don't want this shit. And I'm following her around every day trying to see, because she was big as fuck. I was like, any day now she gonna drop these babies. And I don't want her to drop the babies nowhere where I can't find the babies. You feel me? So I'm like walking around, following her around and shit. She was showing out today. I was like, why are you showing out today? Because she was behind where all my TV cords are and shit. I was like, why you keep going back there? You don't ever go back there. You can't go back there, because when they was little, they used to go up in there and keep unplugging my TV. Because I told you these niggas smart. They be unplugging my laptop. They be unplugging my TV when I ain't paying them enough attention. They will start unplugging shit up in this bitch. Y'all think listen, I'm trying to give y'all a word. These motherfuckers is smart. So I'm like, get from the fuck up behind there. Why you all of a sudden going back? I said, that bitch was trying to have her babies over there today behind where my damn cords was. That's what it was, because she was cutting the fuck up today. I'm like, girl, what you doing? You feel me? And so I ain't think nothing about it. I thought he was just being distractive like they be doing when I'm not giving them enough attention. You feel me? Finally, she left from over there and came and plopped her big old fat belly right over here. And so I've been doing like little baby massages on her belly and shit. You feel me? And then I wake up from the goddamn nap and she quiet. And when I open the door, I've got bells on my door. That's how I bring the cats back. My cats are dogs. I'm just telling y'all. My cats are dogs. Okay? So I have these little string of bells hanging from my door. So in the morning, if they don't come scratching at the door at night, in the morning, first thing in the morning, I'll ring the bells, and all the cats will come running from where the fuck they at to come into the house. You feel me? Say my tree says sound like a bona fide soap opera. I'm trying to give y'all a word up in here, okay? And so typically when the door opens and they all hear the door open or the bells ring, they know, ooh, she up, we can go outside. Or she doing what she doing, we can go outside. And so the two boys came running when I woke up, came running to go outside. And so I'm like, I want to go outside. And they bolted out the door. And typically, even though her fat little self can't go outside, she will still come running and plop right in front of the door so she can talk to the niggas from behind the door, because I have a little screen door. And so I'll leave it open, but for the last couple of weeks, since she can't go outside, she too fat to be running up and down the stairs. You feel me? So I'll leave it open so she can still talk to the homies through the door while they outside doing their thing. You feel me? And she didn't come running. I was like, well, I ain't think none of it. I was like, okay, whatever. Child, and it's quiet up in here, so I ain't even hear shit. Child, I go over there to try to find my phone where my desk is, and she done built herself a whole little thing out of my purses, out of my books. She done built her own little space under my damn desk. So I had to move everything from the little goddess area over to where my desk is, where I be working. You understand? I mean, she taking up the whole area. I couldn't move my chair. You feel me? I was like, well, I guess this where you had. Child, my purse, my little expensive ass purse, she done just spread it out. Done had my babies on top of my purse. I see her little placenta over there on top of my purse. So I moved her food, moved her little water, her little poo poo thing over there. So I had to reset up real fast when I got up because I was like, I still got to do this live. I had to reset everything up so I could come over here and talk to y'all and tell y'all about the drama of my life on this here day, on this here Friday. You know what I'm saying? They cute. Ooh, they so squishy. That little, she little. My girl is little. So I was just feeling her pain for the last 2 weeks because her belly was big. I mean, she been big for a little while. I really thought that the weekend of the blood moon, she was gonna have them babies because it was like she just got 3 times fatter over the weekend. I was like, ooh, she gonna drop these babies. You feel me? And so I'm rubbing on her little belly every day. She breathes. She need attention. She like taking her head and bumping me on everything. She like, bitch, you working too much. Bitch, I need attention. Bitch, I'm up in here pregnant. You feel me? I ain't got no friends because these niggas be doing what niggas do. You feel me? Like, can you give me some attention, bitch? Like, can I just lay up under you and you just rub on me while you doing whatever the fuck it is you doing? Baby, I was typing with one hand, rubbing her. You feel me? With my other hand, with my left hand. She was like, you still focusing too much, bitch. She got off the couch, walked around the damn dining room table, came on the other side where this hand was working, and started literally bumping me, bumping my arm. This arm that I was typing with. Talking about stop. Stop. You ain't, no, I don't just want your hand rubbing me, bitch. I want your attention. I said, this shit is wild up in here. This shit wild up in here, y'all. This shit wild. You feel me? So that's the long and the short of it. My girl done had babies. My girl done had little babies. And I kind of knew, but I was like, I just hope it ain't her and her brother that done had no babies. You feel me? And it wasn't. Cause she was big. Her little bitty self, she was so big. Bless her baby heart, she was so big. And baby, the reason she was so big is because Nine, that big ass nigga, that Tom, I don't even know what kind of cat he is, but he is big. He has stripes. He has stripes like a tiger has stripes. You feel me? I'm telling you, they're like big, solid across his face. He's so beautiful. Across his face, he's got these 3 massive stripes across his face, and then polka dots like a leopard all under his chin. He is a beauty. He is beautiful. He the daddy. He the daddy. My homeboys baby, because my homeboy, once he moved up out of here, the place that he's moving he's renting an Airbnb by month, and so he can't have pets up in there, and he was like, can you please, temporarily house my baby until I can figure out my life? I was like, yes, I can temporarily house your baby until you figure out your life. And this nigga gonna move in and bed my boo, bed my bitch. As soon as he move in, he gonna bed my bitch. And so I got these cute little baby, girly, squirrely, teeny weeny. They fuzzy. I mean, they ain't like naked. They was born with full hair. They big. They is big. These cats are big. I couldn't believe it. I was like, damn, girl, no wonder you was walking around this bitch miserable. They are big babies. They are big, y'all. They is big. Okay. You good, girl? Hold on. Let me go check on her real quick. Yep. So my girl then had herself some babies. I think, I'm telling y'all, she literally just had these babies like 2 hours ago. So I haven't been like trying to invade the space. I just took her food and everything over there. But from what I can see, because it's a dark corner, from what I can see, it looks like she had 5. The black ones are hard to see. So I can see a couple black ones, but I think there's another one up under her arm, and then there's 3. There, it's funny because she and Storm are brother and sister. They come from the same litter, and so y'all seen him. He's solid charcoal gray, and she's solid black, right? And so 9 is brown. He's brownish with a little bit of yellow, and these black, brilliant black ass stripes everywhere, right? But he is solid brown and like yellow. You feel me? So how about her little striped cats are gray? Her striped cats are gray like Storm, but striped like 9, like obviously striped, but they gray and black. They're beautiful little babies. So I was really tempted to pick. She literally just had them, so I'll probably give her a couple of days before I try to pick any of them up. But they just over there in the corner chilling. I got little babies in my house 2 days before the eclipse, y'all. Well, a day before. What's today? Today Friday? Yeah, 2 days before the eclipse. I got little babies. Up in here. So it's going to get that much more interesting up in this piece. You feel me? Anyway. So, so that was a long intro, but I had to give y'all the intro to tell y'all why. First of all, why I was an hour and 35 minutes, 45 minutes late, and then what happened in the rest of my day. So I'm gonna reorientate tomorrow. I'm gonna do my hair, put some bling in my hair tomorrow, and this long ass list that shouldn't have taken all of that, but it took all of that because of the drama with the Asian lady. You feel me? So I did that today. I'm doing that right now. I gotta finish that. Yeah. Didn't do that. I didn't do that. Didn't do that. Didn't do that. Didn't do that. Definitely didn't do that. That was the hair and the nails and the facial. I mean the nails, the mani, the pedi, and the facial. Definitely didn't do that. So I'm gonna reschedule that for next week. There are a couple of things on here I'm gonna do tonight after I get up off of here with y'all. And yeah, so that was my day. That was my day. Now, I have been pretty progressive in the more than a week that it's been since I did my last live. And y'all will see the evidence of that progressive, what you call it, that progressive motion over this weekend. I guess I've got a lot that I'm going to be posting over the next couple of days, pretty much tomorrow, in preparation for this, not just the eclipse, like just radically moving and shifting energy, So the evidence of that will come through on tomorrow. Yeah. So I've got some other things that have been happening, but I don't want to. They're solid. I just don't want to be premature in those announcements. So just because of this energy of the new moon, right? Because I came up on here, I was like, there's so much I want to tell them. It's been over a week since I saw them. And then I'm doing this research last night to get ready to formulate a new conspiracy. And all these videos kept coming up about Virgo season, which is almost over. What's tomorrow? The 20th? Yeah, that's the end, pretty much the end tomorrow, right? And everything I've seen over the last 48 hours was like, I see you, Claudia Agraj. She say the thumbnail and the title of this live sent me. Just wait, okay? This is still my introduction, but just wait, okay? So anyway, all this Virgo shit, all the Virgo shit, all the Virgo videos that I've watched over the last 48 hours, which was many, right? Was like, don't say shit, bitch. Don't say shit, bitch. I was like, damn, is it the theme for the whole fucking month? Don't say shit, bitch. Just spring it on them. Don't say shit, bitch. Just spring it on them. I was like, damn, I'm telling you, every single video I saw was like, don't announce your plans. Don't announce no plans. Spring it on them. Don't announce no plans. Just let them see. Once you in it, let them see. I was like, damn, because I want to tell y'all, but I can't. So anyway, that happened. The little Virgo things happened. You feel me? And then let's see what else I got up in here. Oh yeah. Then I went on some other little. I'm gonna tell you, I keep threatening to do it, especially given the fact that everything is happening so fast. But I've been telling y'all for some time. As a matter of fact, for a long time. Remember when I did that live called what was it called? It was called Jesus, hurry up and come and get your motherfucking people. Y'all remember that live? I did it as a Sunday. I did it as a temple service. Remember that? Jesus, hurry up and come and get your motherfucking people. And the whole thing was about the rapture and, you know, the end of days and the great tribulation and all that shit. And I was like, if the rapture is real, if Jesus is actually coming back, then can you go ahead and hurry up and come and get your people? Can you just go ahead and come and get your folk so we can go ahead and change the world already? Because they just taking up space. And if it's real, if you come in, even if it's that weird shit, you feel me, like the Jehovah's Witnesses be talking about the only people that's gonna go is like 144,000 people. That's enough. Make sure they come from America. Don't be getting them from globally. Just come and get the American ones. Just take 104. That's a lot. Take 144,000 motherfuckers up out of America. Just come on ahead and get your people. Just go ahead, come scoop your folks, right? There's a reason. And while I was doing that live, that I think it ended up being like 2 parts in that series, I was like, we really gonna have to get into this Revelations. I might have to read the whole book, just like we be reading up on here and then doing book studies, or I'll read some shit and then we'll talk about it over some time. I'm like, we got to get into this book of Revelations. You feel me? We got to get into all the Old Testament stories that supposedly, like, you know, are like the predecessor to the Revelation. We got to get up into this shit, right? So I ended up in a deep dive about that. It was quite interesting. It was just something that came through my feed. I fell asleep on the couch, and when I woke up, this bullshit was on. It was like 3:00 in the morning. I was like, let me go ahead and take a little notes. It was it's called Bible Animations is the name of the YouTube channel. Bible Animations, right? It was interesting. I'm telling you, it was interesting. And so it might be some shit. I'm going to tell you one thing out of that little deep dive. I took the notes, but it wasn't what I was going to talk about today. But I do want to share one thing that came up out. This was, what's today? Today is the 19th. So this was yesterday. Damn, my days done mushed together because it feel like that was 2 days ago. But yesterday at around 3:00 in the morning was when I woke up off the couch. This thing was playing on the YouTube. So I was like, let me take a little notes because it was interesting, right? And so what I was going to take, a little bit of notes ended up being like deep, right? But one of the things that the dude did in this Bible animation was to compare and contrast Jesus Christ versus the Antichrist, or what he calls, quote, the true Christ and the Antichrist, right? And then he did it in columns. And so I, copied the little graph thing that he did. But you see what I have there highlighted in red right there, that little circle there that's in red, right? Right? See what I got highlighted there in red? And it's got like little exclamation points and stars on it because The numerology of that chapter and verse is, look, 999. See that? It's Daniel 9 verse 27, right? You see that? And then you see up above it is Luke 22:20. I was like, what the fuck? And so I saw that the verse was 927. And I was like, well, let me find out the numerology for the name Daniel. And the name Daniel, the numerology for the name Daniel breaks down to the number 9. I said, what the fuck? Right? So I'm tweaking. Of course, this is 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm tweaking. I was like, damn, that's crazy. And I looked down at the clock and it was 999. It was yesterday, which was 9 September 18, 9, and the year is a 9 year. 2025 is a number 9. I said, what the fuck? Right? So I was like, yo, am I tripping right now? Am I making too much of this numerology? You feel me? It's 3 o'clock in the morning, bitch. I'm supposed to be in my bed. I done fell asleep on the couch. This weird ass, Bible animations talking about the end of days. You feel me? And the verse that he points out about Messiah claims. This was under the column, like how the Antichrist and the true Christ are different. You feel me? And how the Antichrist be, quote, biting off the story of Jesus to repeat, to kind of like, what they call it? To steal the attributes of Jesus to confuse and dismay the many. And so one of the comparisons was both of them, quote, claim to be the Messiah. And so that verse, Daniel 9 verse 27 is, and I'm gonna read it to y'all. But Daniel 9 verse 27 is, quote, talking about how the Antichrist will claim to be the Messiah. Oh, and it reduces to the number 999 on the day that I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 9/9/18/2025 or 999. I said, God damn, it must mean something. So let me go on ahead at 3 o'clock in the morning and pull this motherfucking Bible out so I can just see. And so I'm gonna share that with y'all on this up in here day. And then I'm gonna move on to the topic at hand, which is revenge on the nerds. Okay. And Java Watson, who was it? Java Watson, or was it? Yeah, Claudia Ankara was like the title in the thumbnail. I did that deliberately. I went up in here looking through too many pictures of ugly ass billionaires, and there's been some shit that's been on my spirit for some time. Is why every billionaire look like a weirdo. Why every billionaire look like the motherfucker who was just extra weird for no reason in high school and couldn't get a boo. You feel me? Like, is there a correlate? Because I'm always talking about white male mediocrity. Ain't I always talking about white male mediocrity? And how white male mediocrity doesn't even have to try to hide mediocrity anymore. You can literally be your old, goofy, nerdy, weirdo self and still be propped up as a genius. Still, at least back in the day, your white male mediocrity could be camouflaged with like some bulk, some handsome, debonair, features or some shit. You feel me? Like you can look a certain way, and because you look a certain way, people would ignore your mediocrity. You feel what I'm saying? Today, you can be blatantly mediocre. And I'm not saying that looks equate to non-mediocrity. What I am saying is back in the day, you feel me? The jock, the good-looking, the rugged, the rogue, you feel me? How we was always like, lusting after the bad boy, white guy with the tattoos and the motorcycle because he was rogue. It was like these extremes. You could either be good-looking but a roughneck, you feel me? Or you the good-looking, quote, jock. And so because you like, buff, or you got a nice body, or this and this and this and this, you feel me? Your mediocrity was camouflaged by your James Dean, thank you. Your good looks camouflaged your mediocrity. You feel me? And motherfuckers don't even have to camouflage their mediocrity no more. They can actually be. Do you know that right now today, I ain't found them. I'm talking about of the white variety. I ain't found them. And I've been looking, not even of the white variety, globally. Globally. There ain't but a handful of good looking billionaires. Ain't but a handful. There's 4,035 goddamn billionaires on earth. Even the melanated ones. Even the melanated ones. You feel me? And let me tell you something. When I was in the movement, the sister that I'm always referring to as my mentor, Gaida Kambam, she used to say, it wasn't within the context of this that I'm talking about, but it applies. She said that and if a person is a reactionary, you know what I'm saying? So when the movement talked about reactionaries, these were like the most malignant people. The capitalists are reactionaries. You feel me? Like like priests are reactionary. Like these were like, this was like the worst of society. These were people who just didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about nobody, about nothing, about nothing. You feel me? And she said, if you live your life as a reactionary, right? As one who is literally anti-human, just anti, it's all about me and what the fuck I want at everybody else's expense. If you live your life as a reactionary, it's impossible. She say it's impossible. What she used to say? Oh, what did they used to say? Because it wasn't just her; it was a line in the party. Because the chairman used to talk about how good looking the white people in the party were. Like they weren't in the party; they were in the solidarity formation that was like the party. So it was African People's Socialist Party, and then the African People's Solidarity Committee. So these were white people who just didn't want to do the mass work like protesting or whatever. These were white people who lived by the discipline of the party, of the cadre formation. You feel me? These white people was about that life. You feel me? And so the chairman used to say all the time how if you if you want to find yourself if you're a white person and you want to find yourself a good looking white person, join the Solidarity Committee. Because he's like, don't our white people look good? I can't even believe I remember that. Don't our white people look good? Don't our white people look good? And then he would bring up one of the white people. It's like, see this woman right here, Penny Hess? She was the one I was telling y'all about that wrote the book, Overturning the Culture of Violence. He said, see this woman right here, Penny Hess? Penny Hess was in her 20s when she joined the African People's Solidarity Committee in the 1970s. She was in her 20s. Guess how old our good-looking Penny Hess is today? Penny Hess is old. Penny Hess, at the time when I joined the party, Penny Hess was already 60, but you could not tell. When I tell you today, she is in her 80s, and you go look up videos of Penny Hess from the African People's Solidarity Committee. You'll be like, there ain't no way this bitch in her 80s. You hear me? Like the way black people don't age just because of the melanin, them white people in the Solidarity Committee don't age. They don't age. And so he always used to say, like, we got the most good-looking white people you ever gonna find anywhere. They don't age. You know why they don't age? Because they ain't reactionaries. That's what he used to say. They used to say the revolution keeps you young. All evidence of it, because I think the chairman is 83 this year. 83, 84 this year. As a matter of fact, his birthday is coming up in October. I think he's 84 this year. Chairman Omali Yeshitela. He was always fine. When I joined the party, the chairman was already in his 60s. 65, I think, when I joined the party. I joined the party when I was 24, man. I'm 50. And when I joined the party, I was 20. I was 24, 25 when I joined the party. The chairman was like 63, 65, something like that. When I joined the party, and when I say chairman went, quote, good looking for his age, chairman was fine. Chairman was fine. It was problematic. That's why I'll digression. But chairman was fine. Chairman was fine. He was more good looking than your average 24-year-old, 25-year-old, 30-year-old black man in the city of St. Pete. And St. Petersburg got some good looking niggas. They in the sun all day. They in Florida. Everybody look good in Florida. Everybody black is fine. I'm not lying. Everybody in Florida that is black is fine. Beautiful people. I'm not joking. Beautiful people in Florida. They can be poor as hell. But because they have been gifted with melanin and that melanin be activated in that damn sun all the time, there's some beautiful people. There's some really good looking human beings in Florida. None of these young men could even approach chairman. You can see videos of chairman from like 10 years ago, from like 15 years ago. Chairman was fine, and he knew he was fine. He would always be wearing these damn like African shirts, shit that he would have custom made, but he would always have these African like shirt vest things that always didn't have no sleeves, so you could see his guns. You feel me? You could see his guns. He was running 5 miles every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. Chairman was fine. Chairman was fine, and even at 80 something years old, he is a aesthetically beautiful human being. You feel me? But he used to say about the white folks, he'd be like, yo, the revolution keeps you young, and the evidence of which is all our white people, they good looking. Our white people good looking. You know what I'm saying? But he used to say, Gaida more than anybody, she used to say that a reactionary as lifestyle will age you. To be a reactionary is to be ugly. Not just, quote, in your spirit, to be physically fucking ugly, to be a terrible looking human being, to be ugly inside and out. To be a reactionary is to be ugly. To be out here in the world doing harm and doing dirt to other people for what? Just cause? Will age you radically, and your ass is ugly, aesthetically ugly. And that thumbnail that I put up on this here live, because there was a whole bunch of them. There was a whole bunch of thumbnails that I had to choose between. But that one where Elon Musk is like, I said, this is perfect. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is perfect. That weird ass, whatever smiley face type of shit that was. I was like, why are all, baby, just start Googling images of American billionaires. Even the female billionaires. I'm like, why are all you bitches ugly? Ugly, ugly, ugly. And y'all know me. I don't talk about human beings like that. But they can get it. They can get it. They are. I was like, why they all look like mutants? Why is it that every time you turn around, there's some conspiracy theory about lizard people, about reptilians, about how the reptilians done took over, you feel me? And that there are people, you feel me, out here in the world who ain't actually people. They lizards wearing skin suits and shit. You feel me? How there's all these conspiracies. I went to a witches convention several years ago, and this was a black woman, old elder. She's long since passed. She passed away a couple of years after the convention. Maybe she passed away during COVID. But brilliant woman. She went and did this whole radical homage in India, and she did home clearing. She was really a dope ass woman. And on the third day of the convention, it was a 7-day convention. And on the third day of the convention, she was like, I'm going to talk to you guys about something that's a little bit more touchy and a little bit more controversial, but y'all need to know, right? One number black women, one white woman, and everybody else was black and female. You feel me? In this convention. And she said, so just try to keep an open mind. I was like, as soon as she said try to keep an open mind, I already knew bullshit was coming. And I am pretty open. For me to be like, oh, she said try to keep an open mind, I was like, here we go with the okie doke. Some bullshit coming. You feel me? She did this whole ass presentation, child, about alien human hybrids, about lizard people, and about how to identify alien human hybrids and lizard people. And then she made the claim. She said, I know this is going to be hard for y'all to accept, but 1 out of every 3 people you meet is not fully human. No, 2. She said 2 out of every 3 people you meet is not human. I said, Lord, I said, Lord, come get your people. Come get your folks. I said, why we in here? We've been doing all this awesome, radical, goddamn witchy shit. It was a portal opening ceremony for 7 fucking days. That shit was radical. That shit was radical. 3 days in, she talking about some alien human hybrids and reptilians and how the ley lines and the vortices is how they come to the earth, you feel me? They either come from up under the ocean, they either come up from the core of the ocean, from the core of the earth, but the only way they can get here is through vortices and goddamn ley lines and shit, you feel me? And the ley lines and the vortices is how the aliens be seeing how they can navigate the planet, you feel me? And 2 out of every motherfucker, she said 2 out of every 3 motherfuckers in this convention is human alien hybrids. I said, that goddamn workshop was 2 hours long. 2 hours. 2 hours. This was 8 years ago that I went to that, almost 8 years ago I went to that convention. And that shit always stood out to me because it was so radically different from anything that we had done that whole weekend. Anything we had learned that whole weekend. It was just so way off the cusp of what we had been talking about. I was like, well, can't win everything. And I just left it at that. Never revisited that workshop again until I started looking for images for this goddamn thumbnail about the revenge on the nerds. Because I started to call it the revenge of the nerds. But there's a reason that I called it the revenge on the nerds. You feel me? I'm looking at all these pictures of all these billionaires and I'm like, okay, in my left brain, I'm like, oh, okay, this is the evidence of the glorification of mediocrity that has given rise to this culture of billionaires. You feel me? This is the evidence. They all ugly. They all haggard. They don't even try. Bitch. If you ugly, glam yourself up. Like, go extra above and beyond in the other areas that you can. Like the way you dress, the way you carry yourself. If you gonna be ugly, because sometimes ugly is just an affliction of biology and you can't do shit about that. You feel me? But bitch, if you a billionaire, you ain't got no excuse. You ain't got no excuse. And so not only is you ugly, but you don't dress worth a damn. You always carry yourself in the world like you can't hire a goddamn fashion consultant. Like you can't hire a makeup artist that can literally work miracles. We watch all these shows about, makeup art, like, what's that? Project Runway and America's Top Model, where they've got all these specialists and all these people who can work miracles on afflictions. Bitch, so you ain't got no excuse. You ain't got no excuse. You done stole all the money in the world, bitch. You ain't got no excuse about the presentation of your mediocrity. Your mediocrity is intensified. Your ugliness is intensified by your mediocrity in every other area of your life. You feel me? And so I'm sitting here looking at these pictures. I was like, no, this isn't just the quote left brain assertion of the evidence of the acceptance of a culture of mediocrity that I am looking at. I revisited this sister's goddamn workshop in 2018 in Magnolia, Mississippi at a goddamn portal opening witches convention where she talking about alien human hybrids and motherfucking lizard people. I was like, this why these goddamn conspiracy theories refuse to die is because there are human beings that if you was gonna believe the conspiracy theories, these are the motherfuckers they talking about. They have to be the motherfuckers they talking about. This is where the conspiracy theory started. This is who they talking about. This is who they talking about. All of a sudden, I'm having to reel back my opposition to this one workshop in this otherwise dynamic goddamn witches convention because here you go. She was right. The Nana was right. The Nana was right. The Nana was right. How else do you explain this weird ass shit? Why all y'all ugly? Why all y'all? I can probably count on one hand out of 4,035 goddamn billionaires, man. I can literally, not figuratively, count on one hand how many of them good-looking motherfuckers And the only reason they good looking motherfuckers is because even though they ass is malignant and they billionaires, they wasn't always billionaires. They wasn't always rich. These motherfuckers grew up poor. These motherfuckers grew up black. These motherfuckers grew up in the culture. So the good looking billionaires, Rihanna. The good looking billionaires, Beyonce. The good looking billionaires, one of them motherfucking basketball players. You feel me? That's it. About 5, maybe. Even the female billionaires. Like, do y'all not have mirrors? Do y'all not be looking at yourself while y'all brush your teeth in the morning and say, damn, why I look like this? And I got all this money. Like, this the one thing I can't do for myself is fix my face. And I ain't even talking about plastic surgery. Because, you know what I'm saying? That ain't for everybody. That's fine. I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about, why do you look like a reactionary? I'm talking about, why does your actual physical presentation in the world present the evidence of your fucking malignancy? Why that happen? Then no matter how much money in the world you got, you still cannot hide your inherent malignancy. Isn't that something? I'm looking at these goddamn billionaires, and some may disagree. But them white girls, them quote self-made billionaires that's been getting all y'all attention, getting all these props all these years, them goddamn Kardashians, them bitches ugly. I don't give a fuck what you say. Them bitches ugly. They were never attractive to me. Kim Kardashian, she ugly. Now, while aesthetically, she may be fair looking, you know what I'm saying? She's got the features and all that shit. She ugly to me. To me, let me tell y'all something. But I'm different. Let me just start by saying I'm different. Because a bitch aesthetic appearance is not enough for me. Not even close, not even minimally enough. It's not enough for me. Nobody, male, female, I don't give a fuck. Your looks is not enough. Now, I will say, I love a good looking nigga. I love a good looking man. But that shit ain't enough. I have had relationships with men that I loved. You hear me? Who aesthetically may not be considered the most good looking men. You feel me? My ex-fiance, aesthetically, like, featurely, he's attractive to me. But aesthetically, he was not my type. Shorter than I am, light skinned, you feel me? Old. He was older than my parents when we were engaged. He's older than my parents. You feel me? A little bit of a belly because he was driving. Not a little bit of a belly. He had a belly, a big belly because he was driving full time. But that's always been my affliction. His brain, man. His brain. I miss it so much. I miss his brain. Like, if I could have his brain without the bullshit that came attached with it, me and his brain would be married. Sure would. His brain, man. When we were courting, our conversations on the phone, because we were in a long distance relationship, I wish I would have recorded some of them, because it was not boo talk shit. We didn't boo talk. Like, we boo talked early, but I finally told him, because look, I just tell people who I am. I just let people know right out the gate who I am, so they don't feel like they've been bamboozled. You feel me? So women are always talking about, be mindful that you don't say too much too soon in a relationship. You don't reveal too much about yourself. And even now, people are saying that as a protective mechanism. Don't reveal too much because it may be used against you, whatever. I'm not trying. I hate games. I hate of all kind, of all variety, all people, whether with a friendship or a booship or whatever. I hate games. I wish that we could live, and that's how I behave. And so that thing that is my ambition and my desire has become my affliction, because yes, we do live in a world where if you say too much about yourself, people will be cataloging that shit to use against you in the future, and that shit is real. But I've always, every single time, I've approached relationships with the opposite sex where I'm like, why should I hide anything from you? I'm an awesome goddamn person. I'm awesome. I've always been awesome. I've always been that way in relationships. I want you to know who I am. So we can say early on whether or not we are compatible. We can kick it based on the truth of who I am. Not some shit that I have to keep from you until later because you may use it against me. I'm sitting here plotting and scheming on what I can say. How is it too early to say that thing? To me, it's dumb as fuck. It's dumb. It's exhausting. And why do we live in a world where you have to approach relationships like fucking battle strategies, like you planning war, like you're playing chess? That is a consequence of living in this society, the way that it has been perverted. I'm not trying to do all that shit. I'm not trying to do all that shit. And the one thing that has saved me, it hasn't saved me from heartbreak. But the one thing, especially being a Virgo, people know about Virgos. We love extra hard, extra fast. We want everybody to be our friend. We're the great humanitarians. Virgos are the great humanitarians. We want to be everybody's friend. We want to help everybody we can. And so we love hard and we love quick. But the other thing is we will, if we feel like, and we know every relationship that we go into, we give it 150%. And there's a moment where we're like, oh, you know what? I done did my 150%, even though you stepped into the place only doing 50%. Even though you stepped into the place only doing 75%, I still went hard. I still did that 150%. And after 150%, you do not understand the value of what has been offered to you through me. Fuck you and fuck you hard, and there ain't no second chances. And that's been every relationship I've been in. When I leave hard. I cry by myself behind closed doors. There ain't no, well, maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can fix. None of that. Once I'm done, I'm all the fucking way done. All the way done. And every Virgo I've ever met is the same way. Because we know who we are. We know how big our fucking heart is. Our heart is big enough to literally house every motherfucker on earth. Literally. And all y'all see is a motherfucker y'all might have the opportunity to take advantage of. So I haven't been in a relationship since my fiance and I broke up on my... I didn't even think about it till goddamn just now. Ain't that about a fucking bitch? I have not been in an intimate partner relationship since my birthday of 2016. Then my ex-fiance and I broke up on September 14th of 2016. Fuck, it's almost been a decade. You understand? And so, I've had a lot of, I don't know about y'all, but given the summer that we've had, which was crucial and brutal on everyone, these last 2-3 weeks, as a matter of fact, since we, quote, rounded out our ceremony on August 25th, from August 25th up until about 4 days ago, baby, my ass was going the fuck through it. My ass was going through it. I was up in here beefing with spirit. I was like, enough the fuck already. God damn it. Now, enough already. I was up in here, baby. I was up in the days before my birthday. And Luciana, who I threw my birthday party with, Luciana turned 50 a week before I did. Okay? So we had been planning this party together. And I went to go see her maybe 4 days before the birthday party. And she was wiped out and I was wiped out emotionally. I was the fuck up in here going through it, y'all. Y'all don't know. I was up in days before my fucking 50th birthday. I was like, is this really how I'm gonna greet 50? It was the week before my birthday was literally the worst week of my life. I'm not joking, y'all. I was up in here having fucking crying fits. I don't cry. Generally, I'm overly optimistic. Not optimistic, I'm motherfucking certain. And so even if I'm going through some changes, I already know that this shit out here is really trying to pump the brakes on what we're trying to do. I'm always aware of what these kind of emotional dynamics, and the noise of the outside world is trying to create in me and in us who bout that life. You feel me? I recognize it. So consciously I recognize it. Doesn't mean that I am not regularly subdued by the fucking overwhelm and the madness of the world. And the week before my birthday, man, the whole week, the whole fucking 7 days, I was up in here going the fuck through it. For me to say out my mouth, man, out my mouth, how am I entering 50? And this is the worst week of my fucking life. Literally the week before I turned 50. I was like, this is not acceptable. I'm up in here beefing with the mother, y'all. I ain't lying. If I had a camera up in this bitch, I'd have been like, this bitch is really snapped. Like, she is going crazy. I am in here by myself, talking to myself, talking to spirit. Like, can this shit be the fuck over already? I was sleeping 12-hour days the week before my birthday. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I don't give a fuck about none of it. I don't care. I don't care. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I was up in here. Oh, child, I was up in here going the fuck through it. So when I went to go meet with, I'm telling you, even something as simple as checking my email felt overwhelming, felt burdensome. To face the computer and just open it, I was like, I don't want to fucking do this. And I would close the fucking computer. So I know a lot of y'all might be mad at me because I haven't returned emails. I haven't met obligations. And I was really, because you'll never hear your preacher admit weaknesses. You'll never hear your motherfucking guru admit moments where you have to check all the way the fuck out because you are human, even though you know that what it is you are charged to do is superhuman. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let you see me. I'm going to let you see what it is to be God, having an experience on this earth where you know that the reason that you are here is to fucking change it all. The radical is required right now. And that shit can be overwhelming. It is overwhelming. And I'm always doing this dance. You know what I'm saying? Because the noise, and the conviction, the noise, the conviction, the conviction and daily life, to see the bigness, to see the magnitude, to see the gargantuan motherfucking nature, but not just the gargantuan nature. To see the nature of what it is you are charged to do, and to see it so clearly that no matter how loud the daily life gets, you are like, this shit is amazing what it is she has put us in place to do, man. What she has set up for us to do is amazing. It is. That's why the attacks on us have doubled the fuck down, tripled the fuck down. Somebody sent me a goddamn news article I saw on a TikTok for the last 3-4 days since CK lost his life. People are like, why are y'all doing this? Why are y'all going so hard? What about this over here? And this over here is from February to May, 150,000 plus black women lost their jobs as a consequence of all of this fucking shit that Trump has been doing in office. January to the end of May. 150,000 black women lost their jobs as a consequence of DEI and all of this bullshit, right? From June, end of May, June to today, 350 fucking thousand black women have lost their goddamn jobs in this bitch. So when I say, I don't give a fuck what the noise is, I don't give a fuck what the narrative is, I don't give a fuck what's happening in all of these goddamn social medias and news and all this shit that's trying to take your attention away from the issue. I have been telling y'all for years, that no matter what you're hearing, no matter what war, no matter what conflict, no matter what they saying at the WHO or the guy, it doesn't matter. If it's men talking, it is a distraction from the singular issue that connects all this shit. The singular issue that connects all of this shit is that the target of patriarchal aggressions has never changed. It has remained consistent. It has remained consistent. That target is you. That target is you, black skinned goddamn woman. That target is you. You are the bullseye, bitch. You the bullseye. And just like the bullseye, just like the goddamn target, you are the center. It is your death. It is your subduing. It is you at the center. And then everybody else's oppression emanates out from that, like a goddamn circular tidal wave. It is you that is the target. And until you rectify that shit, you will remain the target. You will remain the recipient of the aggressions of the sun gone rogue. There's a contest that we have to make up in this bitch, and we gonna have to really sit and reconcile in our spirit that there is no fucking way out but through us. That's it. I know we hate to do it because that Superman shit has been superimposed on us. That black woman saving the world shit has been superimposed on us, but it's been imposed on us through malignancy. Now, when we take up the charge based on our own ambitions, based on our own safety, based on our own desires, based on placing us in the center, not being a superhero to bitches who treat you like a goddamn host through which they can bleed, that's not what I'm talking. That's the malignancy. I'm saying when we take up the charge of our own volition, placing ourselves in the center, bitch, not on the periphery, trying to save everybody. In the center, placing ourselves in the center, bitch. Placing our needs in the center, placing our desires in the center, placing our ambitions in the center, placing everything that we fucking want for ourselves, and knowing that every desire that we have, if that desire is met in us, for us, through us, then everybody will benefit like they always have, even though we have not been able to have our goddamn ambitions, desires, dreams met. Now we place us in the center, bitch. We don't need you to place us in the center. We place us in the center. We take up this charge because we believe the mother. We take up the charge because we believe in our importance. We believe in our centrality. Yes, we gotta be up the fuck out here like audacious ass, haughty ass, all the shit the Bible said was wrong. All the shit the Bible said was a sin. That's all the shit we need to be doing. All this, just go through the list. Go through the list. Everything the Bible said was wrong. Everything the Bible said could force you to kick the doors of hell. Do that. Start with that. Start with the list. Start with the 10 Commandments. Start with the list. Start with the 7 deadly sins. Isn't it interesting how murder isn't one of the seven deadly sins? Isn't that fascinating? Murder is not one of the 7 deadly sins. No, it sure ain't. The 7 deadly sins are about your black ass, bitch. Sure is. The 7 deadly sins is about teaching black skinned women in particular how to self-police, how to be your own imprisoner, how to be your own jailer. Why? Because what are the 7 deadly sins? Envy. You need envy, bitch. It teaches you something. Pride. Why would pride be a deadly sin and not murder? Isn't that something? Who is that reserved for? Who is that reserved for? It ain't reserved for so-called God's chosen people, because they can murder and it's not considered a deadly sin. This is the number that's been done on your motherfucking head. Isn't it interesting how none of the 7 deadly sins is theft? Well, isn't that really motherfucking convenient when it comes to goddamn colonizers who just be stealing left and right? Stealing lands, stealing life, stealing ideas, stealing memories. Isn't that motherfucking convenient? Isn't that convenient? That of the 7 deadly sins. These are the sins that are said to be the ones that send you in a straight one-way ticket to hell, to eternal damnation and shit. Isn't that something? Pride or haughtiness is a deadly sin. Isn't that something? Uh-huh. Oh, what's another deadly sin? Gluttony. Isn't that something? But don't your mama, your actual mama that gave birth to you, if she, wasn't afflicted with the malignancy, for the most of us, what happens when we babies? What happens when we babies? Our mothers allow us to eat to our fill. Don't they do that? What you want, baby, whatever you want, whatever your heart desires, whatever your heart desires makes me happy. Isn't that the relationship with your mama from about 0 to 2? Isn't that the definition of a harmonious relationship between you and your mama? Whatever your heart desires, I desire. Because whatever your heart desires that makes you happy, your happiness is what fills me. Isn't that your relationship? So gluttony becomes a deadly sin. You can't eat too much. You can't do too much. You got what is it? You got to practice discipline. What is the etymology of discipline? The stern correction. What is it? The stern and harsh correction. Sometimes physical correction. Isn't that what it is? No, bitch, I don't need discipline. No, I don't. That was a hard lesson for me to learn as a motherfucking Virgo with a Capricorn moon, bitch, when they are defined by their strict discipline. That was hard for me to reconcile, having 15 years of my life surrounded by revolutionary discipline is the only way we're going to change the world. I reject that. I reject it. Fuck discipline. We need chaos. God damn it. We need chaos. That's what we need. This shit that we're seeing, this is not chaos. This is actually the evidence of discipline. The world that we see right now, yes, I know it's hard to believe. The world that we see right now is actually the evidence of the benefits or the side effects of discipline. Do you think that the shit that is happening in the world is not happening without a very disciplined, strategic plan? Do you really think that? No, they create a malignant version of the goddess's chaos. And chaos in the hands of the goddess has always been transformative. It's always been beneficial. It's always preceded evolutionary transformation, the emergent stage of the evolutionary process. The evolutionary process is slow and ongoing and sometimes invisible until that fucking moment where the unseen becomes seen, where you see the emergent completion of the evolutionary process. Her chaos has always been a strategic part of the ongoing epiphany of evolution. So he has to, in his attempt to always take the opposing position of what she does, he creates a chaos that creates madness, not ecstatic madness like the goddess, damaging madness, suicidal madness, mass killing madness, global fucking destruction madness. So you got the 7 deadly sins. None of them. Isn't that something? None of them. What's the other one? Lust. Isn't that something? Isn't that the reason we had to read the book Pure Lust? She makes a distinction between the maddening, insane lust centered in fucking the Y-bearing chromosome and the lust that is called pure lust, a lust that comes only from a harmonious relationship with the mother, a lust for life, a desire, a pleasure, a ecstasy in the epiphany of this ongoing dance that we are all called to do with the mother, with the earth, with the universe. Isn't that something? So lust becomes a deadly sin. Pride in oneself as a perfect personification of the mother's wheel made a material force able to change everything. Pride becomes a deadly sin. You understand? So that's a good place to start. And isn't it interesting that the counter to the 7 deadly sins are the 7 virtues? Are the 7 virtues? And if you live your life by the 7 virtues, it means you have successfully caged your dragon. It means you have permanently shut the door on and locked all the locks on your emerging baby giant. That's what it means. Go ahead and live the 7 virtues if you want to, bitch. Go ahead and live the 7 virtues if you want. As a matter of fact, we'll make it an exercise. Instead of doing the goddamn vision board this year, your ass is gonna have two poster boards. On one poster board, you gonna write out the 7 fucking virtues. On the other poster board, you gonna write out the 7 deadly sins. You feel me? You gonna write them out, but as a header to each poster board, where you have written out the 7 virtues. On the top of the 7 virtues, you're gonna put the 7 deadly sins. And over here, where you done listed out the 7 deadly sins, according to the Bible, the 7 deadly sins, your ass gonna write the 7 harmonious virtues. That's what you gonna write on the list that has been called the 7 deadly sins. Okay? And over here, where you got the 7 deadly sins that were the virtues, you're gonna put a big old red circle on it with a big old red cross sign in it. No 7 deadly sins. These are the deadly sins over here. What were the virtues? The 7 deadly sins that have been made the new harmonious virtues. You're going to write that shit out in green. The whole list, everything. You're going to write that shit out in green. And then maybe put some, I don't know, deck it. Put some glitter on that bitch. You feel me? Like really pimp it. Like put some glitter on it. You feel me? Just like and put them in the order that best suits those things that you have fucking denied yourself. So if your tendency is to deny yourself pleasure, all you women, I'm telling you this shit is strategic. All you women that have been convinced that the only way you can experience peace in your life, peace in your heart, is to abstain from sex and sexual activity and sexual harmonious union with another human, no matter who that human is. If you prefer same-sex sex or opposite sex or whatever, but you say because you've been hurt so much and this and that and this, don't you know that this is my personal opinion, you taking into your body the acceptance that you have to live a life of self-pleasuring denial. And I'm not talking about masturbation. I'm not talking about that kind of self-pleasure. I'm talking about we're sitting here learning all the time how it is us joining bodies in sexual union that offers us the opportunity to easily experience ecstatic release and epiphany. Whoever you choose to have sex with. Do you understand me? And so don't you know this shit has been I'm convinced it is strategic that women have been conditioned and to accept that the only way that they can be safe in the world is to deny themselves pleasure in the free ecstasy of harmonious union. I am convinced of it. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. I get it. I'm not saying don't do for yourself what you feel like you need to do to repair damage done to your heart, but you are dominated by fear. Fuck it. The world is too complicated, people too complicated, men too complicated. So I'm just gonna abstain. I'm just not gonna have sex no more. I'm telling you, your patriarch has done that because they've always tried to put chastity belts on your ass. But now it's just a mental chastity belt. Now it is just a heart. It's just a heart chastity belt. It's just a trauma chastity belt. And that's what rape culture creates. You feel me? Somebody just asked, Jackson just asked, what if somebody is asexual or aromantic? I have theories about this that are not separate from some of the theories that I have about what we're witnessing as, quote, gender dysmorphia. And it's not a popular opinion, but I'm a scientist. So I'm not talking about the political impositions of gender dysmorphia or any of that shit. I'm telling y'all, even when I'm talking about the 7 deadly sins versus the 7 so-called virtues, I'm telling you that what is wrong with you is that you were born female. What is wrong with you if you're not female is that you were born from a female. If you are a person that might have been born female or male, but you feel more energetically or emotionally or psychologically in tune with the personification of the opposite sex, those that have been identified as trans, what is wrong with you is not your transness. It's the fact that you have this proximity to a female body, and the target of patriarchy has remained the same and consistent for 6,000 years. It's vagina possessing human beings. It's uterus possessing human beings. And the darker they are, the more centered in that target they are. So when we talk about transness and even the fact that you being identified as dysmorphic, as inherently flawed, is that or is that not the same exact ass narrative that comes from the Catholic Church itself? You are inherently flawed if you are born female. How is you are inherent if you are male born from a female, you are still inherently flawed because you came from a fucking vagina, which is the most evil place in the world, and your only hope for purging this affliction that you come here in, like one priest said, it is the greatest crime of the age is that any man should be born, but any man should be born from the shit and piss of a woman. That came from the mouth of a priest. The greatest crime that exists on earth is that the divine male must be born from the shit and piss of a woman. It is your proximity to godliness. What's your godliness? The fact that your ass came from some woman's fucking vagina, that you emerged from some woman's uterus, and this is your inherent flaw. And so now the psychologist, and so now the fucking surgeons can say, oh, you are human, you are flesh, and your flesh is inherently flawed. So psychologically, it does make sense in your inherent flawness. Where did they get that shit from? From the scripture that says you are born worthy, you are born deserving of hell and unworthy of salvation. Isn't that what your Bible say? That you are born filthy as a rag, undeserving of salvation. That you are born bound for hell. And what did Jesus say in that scripture that we read? You are born dead. That's what your scripture says. You are born dead. You were born dead. You know what I'm saying? You were born dead. And so if you were born inherently flawed scripturally, isn't this shit going to inform everything after it? All the sciences, all the philosophies, all the fucking geniuses that you be giving props to. Isn't this going to inform the burgeoning, quote, art of medical sciences that are the sole possession of malignant white males who just step one foot the fuck up out of a church? Isn't it going to make sense that, well, you are inherently flawed. You are born dead. Technically, you are born flawed. So it's not a stretch for us to tell you that if you feel more aligned with the sex and a gender that you weren't born with the genitalia of, then it does mean you're not born perfect, like your mother would tell you, right? No, you're not born perfect. You are born dead. Have them tell it. You are born bound for hell, deserving of hell. And so now you place that core ideology of the entire Western world, of the entire patriarchal world, into the sciences and into the philosophies and all of this shit, and anything becomes justified. I'm trying to tell you that there is a difference historically that we can now point to between what we identify as a trans person today and their lived experience under matriarchal societies, and a trans person that we would identify as a trans person today and the grief and the trauma that they suffer as a consequence of being who they are within the context of a patriarchal society. It's different. And without fucking studying history, without understanding what the potential future is, you will always walk around the world feeling like the victim of some inherent flaw and weakness in your flesh. And you got to be real tiptoeish. You got to be real extra sensitive when talking about these aspects of so-called gender dysmorphia, because nobody enters that shit into the conversation. Every conversation you have about so-called gender dysmorphia is a political discussion that is being led and spearheaded by malignant white males. And you can't figure out why you feel crazy in the head as a person from the LGBTQIA plus community. You feel crazy in the head because you're trying to live a dynamic life within the context of the most malignant period in history we've seen in quite some time. It ain't gonna be but a half a second before these motherfuckers is trying to string bitches up on goddamn stakes and shit. It ain't gonna be but a half a second. And what you gonna do? The same shit y'all been doing all week since CK lost his life, and the first thing white people wanted to do, and this ain't had nothing to do with us, the first thing they want to do is go out and start harassing black people. What you gonna do? You gonna try to debate your humanity again? Is that what you gonna try to do? I saw these two sisters today. I forget their name, but it was just some shit I was watching in the background, and they were talking about this black woman who is in the White House or something. And because y'all know I don't be paying attention to none of that shit. It's all fucking orchestra to me. It's all fucking plays. But shit was going off because these two women were both journalists about like where are the black journalism organizations that's out here defending black journalists that are being humiliated by President Trump. So apparently this black journalist was talking at a press conference to Trump, and he's done this before. It ain't like he was popular for doing this in 2016, where specifically black female journalists, he would be real extra fucking disrespectful. He wouldn't talk to nobody else in the press conference that way, but if a black woman had the nerve to ask a question of the president, he would call her stupid, or why you being ignorant, or this is the evidence of the failure of journalism and all of that shit. Well, apparently he just did this to some other black woman, and these two black women was like, why are the black journalism organizations not defending this woman? One sister said, why is there not a statement coming? The NABJ, I think, is the National Association of Black Journalists or something like that. Why is the NABJ not saying, fuck you, Trump, lay the fuck off black journalists? Like she say, because they read some statement, it was like, you know, free speech. And she's like, I want this shit to go harder. Like, why they ain't going hard? Like, why they aren't staging a motherfucking contest with these bitches? Right? And I felt that because with the client that I had today, I told her the same thing. Remember that chart that I showed you about the yin and the yang? And I was reading to you guys about the nature of yin and yang and its relationship. And that if the yin, it said this specifically. One has to happen before the other thing can happen. Walk with me. One thing has to happen before the other thing can happen. And it says, if the yin becomes passive, the yang becomes aggressive. Did y'all hear what I just said? I don't think I heard what I just said. And I'm not saying nothing else until somebody say they understood what the fuck I just said. What you mean, but why? Claudia Ankara, what you mean, but why? But why what? But why what? Because I don't hear y'all. See, I don't hear y'all. Claudia Ankara, is you the only one still left? Is that what's happening? You the only one still up in here? Is it just me and you talking? Because I just dropped a bomb on y'all and y'all act like y'all don't hear it. Hold on, let me finish drawing this little diagram for y'all. Because I be trying to make this shit simple. I think because we've grown so accustomed for shit to be complicated and deep and shit that we just always assume that everything is deep. Everything ain't deep, bitch. Sometimes shit is simple. Sometimes shit is plain and simple. And we trying so hard to complicate it. But what she mean? Nope. What I just said is not complicated. And I'm gonna describe it to you, because sometimes it's better when we see the shit to comprehend the shit. You feel me? So I'm drawing a little diagram for y'all to explain what the fuck I just said. That in the theory that I was teaching you, when I was actually teaching you the fundamentals based on the medicine of Chinese theory and the role that yin yang plays, and it was talking about how, this was specifically talking about how pathogenesis starts. Pathogenesis, meaning how does disease begin to form in the body? Explaining this through the dual nature of harmonious yin and yang. So this, God damn it. So this is harmonious yin and yang. Okay? Equal, you feel me? Yin on the bottom, yang on the top, mother as the generator, the creator, yang as her son. She is the creator generator, and in exchange, in this harmonious union between the mother and the son, she gives birth to the yang, and in exchange, the yang, the yang invigorates and moves, stimulates the yin. Okay, but in the words that I just said about how pathogenesis begins, or one of the manifestations of, quote, pathogenesis, meaning a disharmony in the yin and yang, is this next picture that I'm going to show you, that says that if the yin is passive, or if the yin becomes passive, not if, I'm going to just draw the damn diagram and then I'll explain it to you. This is theory that is damn near 3,000 years old. If the yin becomes passive, the yang becomes aggressive. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Practical examples. But let me show it to you first. Because if you see it, then you'll be like, oh, you feel me? Sometimes you just have to see the simplicity of the thing to understand what in your brain sounds like a complicated concept. It ain't complicated what I just said. Because it's directly relating to how I started that, with these two black women saying like, damn, you feel me? Like, why these black organizations ain't bossing up? Like, why they ain't being a little bit more like, what the fuck? Like, fuck you, Trump, and don't be talking to black journalists like that. And that's what the two women were saying. They was like, damn, like, why that is. I'm about to show you in yin yang theory why that is. Because like I told you, the yin and yang can explain everything in the universe. Everything in the universe, including politics. Okay? So, if this is a representation of the harmonious union between the mother and the son, you feel me? Where she gives birth to, she feeds, she nourishes, she gives birth to the son, and in exchange, the son invigorates, enlivens, and moves, stimulates the yin. This is harmonious union between the mother and the son. But the theory says that when any kind of like pathogenesis is beginning, the first and most important disharmony that precedes pathogenesis, disease, right? The exact words are, if the yin, if the mother becomes passive, the son becomes aggressive. Not the other way around. The theory don't say if the son becomes aggressive, the mother becomes passive. That's not what it says. It says if the mother becomes passive, the son becomes aggressive. Do you hear me? What does that look like in this? Fuck. If the mother becomes passive, she concedes, she disappears herself, she imprisons herself, she subdues herself. If she becomes passive and she's the creator, if she becomes passive and she is the generator, then the only, because this is still a harmonious, this is still a one. This is still a one. So if she becomes passive, if she is conceding territory, if she is conceding space, if she is conceding her voice, if she is giving up dominance in this relationship as the mother to the son, then the only response that can happen taking up the space in the universe is for the son to become aggressive. That's the only option. It's not like she becomes weak or passive and he just stays where he is. It would mean that there would be some territory or space that's not occupied. And every space in the whole universe is occupied. So is the space fucking harmony? Is it harmonious? Or is somebody conceding territory and space that has to be taken up? It has to be taken up. There is no such thing as no space. All space is occupied. All space is occupied. And if that is the case, and she has weakened herself, dimmed herself, muted herself, not allowed herself to be seen, disappeared herself, there is no other response that can happen than for the son to become aggressive, emboldened in this malignancy, enriched in this malignancy that is harming both him and her. There is a name for this. There is a diagnosable name for this. And I'm telling you, this week has been crazy because even though I was going off about how crazy my life has been and shit, I was counseling my mother on some health shit. And so when I'm trying to reassess my initial diagnosis for my mom, I was leaning towards this diagnosis that describes this. And in this process, I'm looking through the symptoms. I'm going through all my old studies and shit because this condition is rare. And so I'm thinking that this diagnosis that I'm about to give my mom, I was like, you know what? Let me just go back, you feel me, and assess to make sure that the diagnosis that I'm giving her is actually correct. And when I went back, I was like, oh my God, this is totally not my mom. But then I started reading the goddamn pathogenesis of the diagnosis. I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. This is Earth right now. It's not my mother's diagnosis. It's the planet's fucking diagnosis. It's the planet's diagnosis right now. This diagnosis that I was about to give my mama, but I needed to revisit it. This diagnosis that I was about to give my mother, but I needed to revisit it. I needed to revisit it because it's not my mother's diagnosis. It's the planet's diagnosis. The diagnosis is called it's eight principles diagnosis is called true cold false heat. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. I'm tripping. Damn. I won't get that deep on y'all in terms of the true cold, the false heat. But another assessment of that diagnosis is called yang separates from the yin. That's what it's called. Hold on, let me fix something. You hear me? The diagnosis is called yang separates from the yin. Now, I ain't gonna get that deep, but I'm gonna put that in your brain so you can remember it for later. But this is the universe. I gotta figure out my light situation. Every time I be trying to show y'all some shit, the light is like fucking janky. This is the universe. This circle is the infinite universe. It's the infinite. It's the all. It's the one. Okay? There is no emptiness. There is no such thing as emptiness. This is the one. It's every single thing in it is occupied. Even if we can't see anything, it's occupied. Okay? There is no emptiness. There is no vacancy. The entire universe is full, and it's just a constant shifting and shaping and movement within the one, within the all. This is the relationship, the back and forth, the in and out, the moving, the constant ebb and flow in this relationship of yin and yang. That's always morphing and moving, attempting to find center, attempting to find the place of harmony. So the metaphor that I used for my client was, imagine that you and your best friend is on a seesaw, okay? The center is the pole where the seesaw emanates, okay? The seesaw represents the extreme in possibilities, okay? That's what the seesaw represents, okay? Or pendulum that swings from the center with all of these possibilities within the motion of these extreme motions and potentialities of the seesaw or the fucking pendulum. But unlike the pendulum, you on a seesaw, you feel me? And say your ass weigh 110 pounds and your best friend, she weigh 210 pounds. And y'all keep doing this and this and this, but say one of y'all say, ooh, let's try to balance it at the center. Your little 110 pound ass is going to be at a detriment. You're going to be deficient in attempting to try to maintain harmony or a level place, a level position in this seesaw, and your homegirl weigh literally 100 pounds more than you. Is it going to be easy for you to get to this place where you can try to reach harmony when your homegirl is 100 pounds heavier than you? You feel me? The seesaw is actually a very great metaphor for the dance that's always being done in the attempt by the energies of the universe to get to a place of harmonious union. You feel me? But that shit it's not constant. Harmony is not constant. It's an ebb and flow. It's a constant work. It's a constant identifying the environment around you and how you perpetually need to adjust to try to reach center. It's always in flux. It's always in motion. And the only time that motion is deadly or destructive is when there are these extremes that are presented in the attempt to try to maintain this harmony at the center. You understand what I'm saying? And so when I'm talking about these two women talking about somebody need to boss up on this shit, like I get it, y'all all scared because of this fucking front that goddamn Trump and his administration is putting on. But according to this right here, according to this, is the only way that shit could happen is because we, the black and the primordial, have become passive. There is nothing but for the sun to do but to become aggressive, because we have conceded space, we have conceded territory, we have conceded voice, we have not taken up space, we have not bucked the fuck back, we have not subdued the fucking sun. He ain't got no choice but to take up this space that we have conceded. I hope I'm giving y'all a word y'all can understand. This is the science. This is the science. She does not gain territory by trying to prove herself to her son. She does not gain territory by trying to explain to her son why what he is doing is not only hurting you, it's not only hurting me, it's hurting you too. Because, bitch, if I die, you die. If the world is ended, everybody the fuck up on it. It's done. That's what she's trying to explain. But she cannot reason with the son who's become malignant. She has given up so much territory. He don't know nothing but domination of space. She has conceded her godliness so much that he has no choice but to spread malignancy. It's because there is no vacant space, bitch. If I concede territory, that's territory that has to be occupied by something. So what does this mean in layman's terms? What these two women were explaining and did not even know they were being scientists in the moment. What my patient understood as soon as I explained it to her. The reason for the 7 virtues: humility, understand, softness, quietness, daintiness, civility, democracy, which is the great okie doke of the age, bitch. Democracy is a fucking illusion, an optical illusion, especially if you're trying to create a democracy within the context of a son who is so malignant he is threatening to actually successfully sever himself. Yang separates from the mother. Yang separates from Yin, and there is no response but death when Yang successfully. Universal death. You think you're just killing women. You think you're just killing the mother. You think you're just killing babies. You think you're just killing trans people. With every life you take, you have shortened your life. That's why you motherfuckers look malignant. That's why you motherfuckers look ugly. That's why you motherfuckers look insane. That's why you motherfuckers look like reptilians. It's for every life you take in this malignancy, you are killing yourself. You may age like motherfucking Rockefeller, bitch. You may age till you 100 or some shit, but your quality of life is non-existent. That's why you have to consume. You have to consume. You have to consume. You have to consume, because you are trying to satiate through consumption, through the destruction of the rainforest, through the destruction of the earth. This is consumption through the destruction of the belly of the earth with the extraction of oil and diamonds and all of that shit. You have to consume because there is a void that exists within this process here where you cannot get what you need from the mother. If the mother is passive, if the mother is weak, she can't nourish you. She can't feed you. She can't cover you. She can't protect you. And if you don't get what you need in terms of connection, of love, of nourishment, you be like the 2-year-old child in the grocery store. Mama tired. She ain't got no help. She weak. She ain't being nurtured, so she can't nurture you. And if she can't nurture you, the only response that you have is to wild the fuck out. You become the little Tasmanian devil running through the store, tearing down everything because you think your mother is disinterested. And it's not that she's disinterested. It's that she is completely depleted. She has nothing to give emotionally, to nourish, to sustain, and to harmoniously subdue you. That's harmonious subduing. That's not malignant subduing. It's harmonious subduing. She subdues the son with love and nourishment, and him being able to understand who he is within the grand whole that is the universe. You understand? I hope you understand. But in order for the mother to become emboldened, you feel me? She gonna have to stage a contest. I know that's hard to hear this shit right here. But the fucking science of pathogenesis, and if what exists in you exists in the universe, then this is some shit you're gonna have to concede. If the biochemistry in you that causes disease is based on the yin becoming so weak and depleted that she becomes passive, she ain't got no fight in the game, bitch. Because it is the queen in chess that is the giant. It's not the king. He be chilling. Don't the king be chilling? He ain't got no. The king in chess ain't got no power. He's just the face of power. He ain't got no power. The king. Isn't that something? Anybody know chess? The king's movements is limited. He can't make a lot of moves. I forget how many moves it is. He can move in one space in any direction. That's it. The knight and the queen, they the bosses of the board. The knight and the queen is the bosses of the board. The king ain't got no power at all. He is just the face of power. He is just the personification of power. You understand? And so as the king is a metaphor for the bloated ego of the malignant sun, and the truth of power is in the behavior of the queen on the board, who governs everything. She is the true face of power on the board. She can make the most dynamic moves. The queen makes the most dynamic. I got to get back into the chess. Goddamn. The queen makes the most dynamic moves on the board. More moves than the knight, more moves than the pawns, more moves than the bishops. The queen on the board is the true face of power, but none on the board are trying to protect the queen. Everybody's energy is focused on what? The preservation of the king. Who is the king? The king is the personification of the sun gone rogue, bitch. That's it. Nobody knew that everybody on the board is supposed to be defending, protecting, and nourishing the queen. That they too, unlike their relationship with the king ain't got no smoke on the board. He ain't got no heat on the board. He ain't got no smoke on the board. He can't do shit. He's just the face of power, though. He can't protect the motherfucker that is supposed to be one of his sovereigns. All these motherfuckers on the board fighting for the king, and the king doesn't give them anything in return. Nothing in return. Nothing. He don't give them nothing in return. Meanwhile, the queen has the moving power to protect everybody on the board, including the pawns who have been reduced to insignificant, who have been reduced to expendable, collateral damage, necessary collateral damage in this contest for fucking territory on the board. Ho! Everybody on the board, they can get it. Where the king is concerned, everybody on the board, including the queen, is expendable. But the queen has the power to move in front of a pawn and actually protect the pawn. Isn't that something? She has got the power to literally protect everybody in her kingdom. All in an attempt to save her son, to protect her son, to cover her son, but within the context of this malignancy that is the board. You understand? This is what we're looking at. You want another example? Pool. The objective is for the white ball to eventually destroy the black ball, to sink the black ball. But he has to navigate on the planet Earth, which is why the pool table is green, always green, is he has got to move all over the board. He's got to move his malignancy all over the board to destroy all the other people of color before he can get to the queen, who is the black ball. The queen is the black ball, bitch. The king is the white ball. And his objective, his target, the objective of his aggression, his malignancy, is that black bitch who just always seemed to be evading his maneuvers. She always seemed to be evading the maneuvers because of all these colored motherfuckers on the goddamn board, getting in the way of his true contest, which is his hatred, his aggression towards his mother. That if I can ghost this bitch, I can rule the whole world. I'm the last one standing on the green planet. Y'all think I'm lying? My objective is to be the last motherfucker standing on this big green earth. And the only thing getting in the way of me being the last motherfucker standing on this big green earth is this black bitch who always seemed to be evading my maneuvers. So at the end, when he done sank, when he done killed all the colored balls, all the colored folks, when he done killed everybody colored on the motherfucking table, it is a one-on-one between him and his mama. It's a one-on-one between him and his mama. And he got one chance to sink this bitch. And the contest is between he and she. And she is passive on the board. It ain't like you can change the game and say, okay, well, either I can sink you or you can sink me. That's not the contest. The contest is for the only victory in this scenario is for the son gone rogue, is for the king, the white king, to disappear the mother off the planet that is the board. It's not like it's a hand-to-hand contest. Okay, well, these are the rules. Whichever happens first will determine who the winner is. Will the black ball sink the white ball, or will the white ball sink the black ball? That ain't the rules. It's only one rule. You, as the player, can only be victorious if your white ball disappears this black ball off the table. If your white ball, if yourself holding the stick, if you are the personification, you can be black and female, holding in that moment the personification. Well, I'm always talking about that white patriarch in your motherfucking brain taking up territory it don't deserve and it ain't got no right to. Your black female ass playing pool, you become the white malignant king on the table, and the only way you can be, quote, come the winner is to fucking slay the mother, to disappear her off the table into the underworld. This is your victory. Is you, as the white malignant son gone rogue, finally getting to, quote, face off with your mama. And the only way you can be victorious is for your malignancy to destroy successfully that black ass ball bitch. And the creators of Pool, do you not think this was what they were thinking when they created this game, or the game of chess that is always personified in the dualistic opposition of black and white? Do you not think that this is not the foundation of how these games exist? Why the, quote, duality of the black and white checkerboard is so super spooky in the Illuminati and all of this bullshit? You think I'm tripping when I say that you are the issue, black female. You are the target, black female. Y'all think I'm being some kind of race nationalist. If you white listening to this, if you brown listening to this, if you red listening to this, you think I'm being some kind of race supremacist, some kind of race nationalist. I'm trying to tell you that it's in your fucking face. It's in your face. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something else that happened last night because it's now coming up. This is the contest. The extremes in the potentialities in a contest. And when the Supreme, who is the one that created the whole universe exists because of the black bitch. The whole universe is black. The whole universe wasn't created by black. The whole universe is black. The whole of the universe is black. And then all of the spectrums of dynamics and color and even hue and light exist within that black. The universe is black. And all the dynamics that exist within it, which is beautiful and amazing, exist within the black. Do you understand? So it ain't far-fetched with them. And this is the thing. So let me just tell you, because this is relevant. So I was watching this fucking YouTube last night. This guy, I can't remember his name. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. This guy that I watch pretty regularly, he's an ex-Christian, and he does this, let me take a pause for the cause, because I've been up on here because I made a commitment to myself and that I've already broken, but I'm going to try to keep it. Tonight, I'm going to break the commitment, but from now on, I got some shit I need to tell y'all because shit has to change. That's just what it is, okay? I'm not going to be doing no deep dives no more. No long ass, super long, 9-hour, 5-hour, not even 3-hour motherfucking lives. Tonight I'm going to make an exception because I haven't seen y'all in almost 2 weeks. But I'm just letting y'all know. So I'm going to take a pause for the cause so that y'all can support this channel, so that y'all can support this work, so that y'all can support the motherfucking epiphanies that I am sharing with you that I know help level you up in your understanding in your relationship to the world. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to invite you to offer super chats and super thanks and shit like that in the comment section. You feel me? I am going to encourage you to make donations through the various means. Cashapp is $daughter-of-the-Fates, Fates. Venmo is Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd. Or you can use the temple email address, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com. That is for both Zelle, which is preferred, or PayPal. So for Zelle or PayPal, use the temple's email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com. I want to encourage you, call on you to support this channel. Every time I want to also thank Shanta J, who is on here a lot, and she's only been following my channel for about a year. Baby, I want to express appreciation for this woman. This woman in particular on this day, but I also want to shout out Claudia Ankara and Java Watson, because these three women in general, and Shanta J over the last month in particular, have really heeded the call that I make regularly about time stamping your comments. I don't care what the comment is. I don't care how old the video is. If you are moved by a video that I make for you, and something in particular stands out to you in listening to this video, please timestamp the thing that spoke to you. Because if it is important to you, it's probably worth me revisiting, because I deliver so much fucking information. Baby, my channel has been on here for 5 years actively, where I've actually, from the moment that I read The Great Cosmic Mother until now, that's active, because everything else I was using YouTube as a storage unit. You feel me? So for 5 years, I've been up on here teaching y'all. 5 years? Yeah, 5 years I've been up on here teaching y'all. And in 5 years, I've done 900 goddamn motherfucking videos. 900. And every single one is teaching you. It's not just, here, let's just have a rant about how I feel today. It ain't, everything is deep and potentially world changing. So I am going to need y'all to share my shit en masse. I am going to need you to take clips of my shit to share en masse. I am going to need you to timestamp what speaks to you. I've done 900 videos. Typically, I be on some like channeling type shit. So I don't remember what I said a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't. So when y'all put a timestamp on that shit, except one, that if you watch a video that is old, so that's the other thing that happened yesterday, is for 3 hours I was on the phone with, on the computer with, and had somebody come to my house to check out why I never get good feeds. I'm always being interrupted. My internet is always, quote, trying to connect, and they can't find anything. They can't find nothing. Man was in my house for 2 hours, just couldn't find nothing. We don't know what's wrong, but it's obviously not our feed, because your feed is actually functioning above average. We don't know what's wrong. So when I tell you, I be telling you the motherfucking police, I mean that shit. So what I was saying is I be giving y'all goals, and I don't have to declare it. Y'all know what it is. So I appreciate, or what I was saying is, you need to accept that the moment, this is how we have to see our significance and our connection with one another. The moment that you watch an old video and something in it is like, oh my God. And so you have to make a comment. Instead of seeing it as a blind reaction to something, say, okay, this is a moment where the mother wants to remind Cassandra of something through me. See it like that. The mother wants to remind Cassandra of something through me. Let me timestamp this particular thing that spoke to me in this video. I want you to see it that way. This is why I teach you the way I'm teaching you. It is to embolden you. It is to see your power, and your power being emboldened through your connection with others like you. Nothing is insignificant. Nothing is just, oh, that was a dope ass video. Damn, what she said right there, that was real cool. And keep on moving. No, because the reason I specify these three women, they aren't exclusive, but these three women go hard. These three women have heeded the call. Java Watson, Claudia Ankara, and Shanta J. They're like, she meant that shit. I felt it. So every time I get up on here and watch something of hers, I want to at least put one timestamp up in this bitch. They took that shit personal. I love it because every single solitary timestamp, especially Shanta J, baby, over the last month, this bitch been going hard. I love it. She's going through our reading of Pure Lust. And so she's find something up in there that like speak to her spirit. Bitch, she put the page number up in that bitch, and she types the quote up in that bitch, and then she leaves the timestamp. Come on in the motherfucking room, Shanta J. Come up on in the room. And you better believe this woman has sent me easily 50 fucking timestamps in the last 2 weeks. And don't you know that every single solitary one I have gone and listened to and been mind blown like, oh my God. Who knew I needed this today? Shanta J didn't know I needed this today. She having her own moment and her own experience in going through this book that she did not read with us because she was not following the channel at the time. So she playing catch up, and she's like, oh my God, this shit is blowing my motherfucking mind. And does she think it's just an experience she having on her own? She is heeding my call, which is if you comment on anything of mine, leave a motherfucking timestamp, because if it moved you, it must be something that I need to be reminded of too. She took that personally, and you go through all of the goddamn, because she is walking through Pure Lust right now. She's going through the reading. She's got the book, whatever. And she, every single day, is leaving timestamps, multiple timestamps from that book that I would love to get back to, but don't have the time. And listen to this. This is a silent little just acknowledgement in my head. Damn, I really would like to get back into Pure Lust. I ain't got the time, whatever. And all of a sudden, I start to get all of these motherfucking timestamps with page numbers, and typed out quotes from the book that I have most been lamenting about wanting to get back into, but there's so much other shit I got to do. We are connected. And it is only until we acknowledge the power that we have in our influence of one another that we can kind of break through the fucking noise that is today. So timestamp my shit. And know that every single solitary time you do it, I am going to write that moment back to that timestamp, because something that spoke to you must be, that's how I see my connection to y'all. Must be something that I need to be reminded of on that day. And every single solitary time, it is important that day. It is right on point that day. This is how we have to see ourselves in our connection, in our relationship to one another. Timestamp anything, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be to you in the moment. It is purposeful. It is a strand in this fucking thing that we are weaving together right now. Do you understand? All right, that's my diatribe about that. So anyway, in talking about what we was just talking about, so let me just shout out people who have made donations since I put that out. Morgan Laverne, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Constance Lee, how you doing, Buzinski? Thank you for your donation. Vertex Ninja, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Thank you for your donation. See, I'm sitting here talking about Shanta J. She ain't even on the call, but her ears must be burning, because guess what? She just sent me another timestamp with a page number and another quote. You feel me? Who else up on here? Okay, so those are the donations that came through the apps. I think I got everybody. Yeah, I got everybody. Okay. And then Claudia Ankara, thank you for the super chat. The any others come through while I was up on here? Yeah, send these super chats. Send these super thanks. Thank you, Claudia Ancroft, for your donation, dear. You feel me? So I'm going to open up my YouTube on my phone since I'm not streaming from my phone, which I usually do. Because there's this video that I saw last night that is reminding me of this conversation that we spontaneously having right now. And this guy, what's this guy's name? I gotta stop saying this guy and this girl. I gotta start writing motherfuckers' names down to properly reference them when I talk about them. So I'm just gonna look him up in my history because this guy, I like this guy. He's very sharp. He's witty in a lot of ways. He is an ex-Christian who really spends a lot more time on kind of like the esoteric aspects of religion and other philosophies and so on. So last night he was talking about here it is. So
what if I told you I just cracked this secret to actual immortality that's been buried?
I might even because he's very funny. He's a very white guy, white hair, light eyes, ex-Christian, and the majority of his channel is like uncovering the secrets of like esotericism and all of these, hermeticism, all of these quote secret societies and secret philosophies. And I'm always telling y'all, keep the shit simple. The more complicated some shit is, the more simple the explanation is they trying to hide from your ass. You feel me? And so this guy's channel is called Morgue Official, like a morgue. MORGUE Official. Morgue Official is the name of his YouTube channel. And anytime I see something new on his page, I'm generally checking it out. I like his approach to like uncovering secrets. And so the first opening statement of this live that I saw last night was, what if I told you the secret to actual immortality has been buried for thousands of years and I just cracked it? We're about to uncover banned Gnostic gospels, alchemical secrets, the elixir of life, the literal holy grail, secret societies, and more to expose a real documented secret to living forever. It was, and his videos are relatively short. Like this one was 49 minutes long. It was very witty. It was very sharp. But baby, as much as he studies, as many deep dives as he does, he is a man. He is a man. There's only so deep men can go if they are not anchored in a relationship with the fucking divine supreme. There is only so deep men can go. There's only so much of an epiphany a male can have unless he is anchored in a relationship with the mother. That is it. That's all. It's that simple. It's because as deep as this boy got, which was deep, I took gang of notes. Sure did. Took hella notes. As deep as he got was as shallow as he remained. As deep as he got was as shallow as he remained. It was deep. And I'm going to tell you, there's a specific reason that I mentioned him. This, so if you want to go back and watch it, which I encourage you to, it's called I Decoded the Secret to Immortality in Banned Text by Morgue Official. It was good. I took hella notes. I took hella pictures of the TV screen. And a couple of them I'm going to read to you because they are going to fortify what I have spent the last hour at least talking to you about. So let me open up little pictures from this guy's live that I took last night. I will post those pictures if you guys want. So oh, there it is. Okay. Images. Camera. All right, cool. So he's talking about the Gnostic text. His big thing is like, that's a lot of these men who think they so extra deep. So they be wanting to go into all these Gnostic texts and all this bullshit because you so deep. I'm sorry, you ain't deep, boo. You a puddle. You a puddle against the ocean. Okay? And so he was talking about the hidden fucking the hidden, what you call it, the hidden teachings of Jesus Christ. All right, and some of these I'm going to read to you because once I do, so much of what I've said in the last hour is going to blow your mind. Okay, these are the secret teachings of Jesus. All these quotes that I'm about to make, these are quotes that supposedly Jesus made out his mouth in these hidden books, like the book of Thomas and the book of whatever the fuck. You feel me? All right. So I'm just gonna read them. Oh shoot. Okay, there's one. All right. This is the quote that Jesus made in terms of acquiring life, life eternal. When you make the two, listen, this is what he say is the secret to becoming immortal. Jesus, out his mouth. Quote, when you make, let me hold up my diagram while I read this to you, okay? Fuck. Okay. All right, there you go. When you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer, and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower. Hold on, let me add to my diagram. My pen. Okay? I'm gonna hold it. Whoa, shit. Hold it up again. So you can conceptualize what I'm saying. I got to master the art of like light when I'm holding up diagrams because this shit is bunk. Maybe this will help. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay. One more thing. That's right. What's left? All right. All right. There we go. All right. When you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer, and when you and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, and you make and the let's see, and the upper like the lower, and the lower like the upper. And when you make male and female into a single one, so that the male will not be male, nor the female be female, then you will enter the kingdom. I'm gonna read it again. When you make the two into one, and when you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer, and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, and the lower like the upper, and when you make the male and the female into a single one, so that the male will not be male, nor the female be female, then you will enter the kingdom. You hear what I'm telling you? Hold on, let me read you another one. This is about the harmonious union of the one that has been separated by the sun gone rogue. That way. This is one, but we in mass, 8 billion people on earth, do not see this as a single harmonious, divinely androgyne one. We see it as a hard female opposed to the male, and the male opposed to the female, and these are two warring, god damn it, these are two warring antagonisms. These are two warring antagonisms, as opposed to a harmonious singularity existing in a dynamic presentation within the singular universe. You feel me? It's what's up in here that has us creating this harmony that exists cosmically. You feel me? And so Jesus says to his disciples, it's only when you make the inner like the outer like the inner, the upper like the lower like the upper. You feel me? And you make the male where he is not male, and the female where she is not male, but they are a singular one. All it is talking about is the constant state of flux. What does it mean to make the lower the upper and the upper the lower? It means that this is constantly in flux. This is constantly moving. This is constantly transforming, mutually transforming, right? Mutually opposing. It doesn't mean they're at war. Opposition doesn't mean at war. It means manifestation. Opposition means a difference in presentation. Water is water that we can drink. You can hold it, you can drink it, you can touch it, you can taste it. But when water transforms into steam, it doesn't disappear. The water still exists, but now it's in a form that's like the yang. It's in a form where you can't touch it, taste it, see it, smell it. Doesn't mean that it's not real and that it doesn't still exist. It is a different presentation and a different personification of its origin, of where it came from, which is yin. It was once yin, but once water transforms into steam, it becomes yang. Do you understand? It's still the one. It's still this. It is a different personification of itself, Do you understand? And so what does it mean? This sounds real deep. Because that's what males do in their malignancy, child, is they create mystery to keep power over you. They make everything complicated and seem mysterious so you can't understand it, and then they take education away to make sure you can't understand that this ain't deep what he's saying. This ain't deep. It sounds real super mysterious, don't it? Sound real super deep, don't it? This shit ain't deep. The Gnostic, hidden Gnostic understanding of how to gain immortality. Do you know how to gain immortality? Is to become superhuman. What does it mean to become superhuman? Is for the merit. Y'all is bugging. Stop throwing furniture, Jabber Watson. Girl, I bet your goddamn apartment look like chaos, like your ass been robbed or some shit. This ain't deep. This ain't deep. This motherfucker right here say, bitch, once you remember that you are superhuman, and the only way to recognize and remember that you are superhuman is to reunify yourself. All the dichotomizations that we have made, splitting your brain left from right, right from left, and they at war with each other, splitting your brain or splitting your mind, conscious mind versus unconscious mind, splitting your ass into a triune being that is constantly at war with itself, spirit versus emotional versus physical. Your upper from your lower region is your hell region. Do you know what the gates of hell are? Do you know that the gates of hell? Do you know what somebody tell me what the gates of hell is? Where the gates of hell at? Somebody tell me where the gates of hell at. Because I done taught y'all enough for y'all to be able to answer this shit. I'm going to start giving y'all pop quizzes. I keep threatening that shit. I'm about to start giving y'all motherfucking pop quizzes. Because I need this shit to stick. I need this shit to stick. Thank you, QB. You are right. But be more specific. Be more specific. There's a very specific. You're right. But there's a step that you need to go in your rightness. You're right. You the one. Now, go ahead and tell me where the gates of hell at. Thank you, Claudia Ankra. Now, for those in the room who don't know what the fuck you talking about, be more specific. Where the gates of hell at? Where the gates of hell at? Y'all both got it right, QB and Claudia Ankra. Now I'm telling you to simplify. Where the gates of hell at? What are the gates of hell? Where the gates of hell? Simplify. Think of the East. Thank you, Claudia Ankra. That's all I wanted. Simple. Not complicated. Simple. Least common denominator. Simple. It is your vaginal lips. It's your vaginal lips as expressed through intercourse. The gates of, that's why they always be trying to equate the gates of hell with sex and lust and pleasure and fornication. All of that shit that's supposedly going to send you to hell. They flipped it upside down. They flipped it upside down. I'm not joking. They flipped it upside down. In pre-Christian analogy of, quote, the gates of heaven and, quote, the gates of hell, the gates, listen, gates typically swing two ways. They swing this way, they swing this way. You feel me? You either going out the gates or into the gates. They swing two ways, gates typically. You feel me? That's why when you have intercourse, pre-Christian understanding of intercourse was entering the gates of heaven. This is how you get to heaven, is through intercourse. The way that you get to hell, which is synonymous with earth, the way you get to hell is you have to be a fallen star or a fallen angel. Your spirit self goes down from heaven into your mama uterus, and then you finally make it to hell, earth, through coming in the opposing swinging of them gates. The gates of hell is your birth. The gates of hell is your birth. You feel me? Am I making sense? The gates of hell is the other direction. You are, as your previous star self, now having flesh, and earth is considered hell. You have fallen to hell. You feel me? And the only way to get to hell is to what? Is to descend through the gates of hell. Quote, you kick the doors of hell wide open if you're born breech. You kick the doors of hell wide open. Why does that make sense? Because see, Jesus said you born dead, bitch. Jesus said you born dead. Didn't Jesus say that? Jesus said you born dead. You understand? The gates of heaven and hell are not the fuck off somewhere. You black bitch are both the two. What did they call it in the women's dictionary of symbols and sacred objects? In the women's dictionary of symbols and sacred objects, bitch, you are the two-sided portal. You are the fish. You are the quote mouth of the fish. You the mouth of the fish when you are being born. That's why the fish got a cross on his head, because when you come through the mouth of the fish, it is the cross on the top of your head that is the first thing that sees light. The 1,000-petal lotus that illuminates your crown chakra. You feel me? And once you get to this realm, right, or the physical realm, once you get there through this two-sided portal, the portal now becomes the gates of heaven. Because now, because this is talking about, again, the relationship between the mother and the son. This is how all of these theories about the mother, all these stories, even in the Bible about Jezebel, how the mother gives birth to a divine son that then becomes her lover. It's not talking about incest, bitch. It's talking about the fact that the female is always the mother. Whether she's a potential mother, whether she's ever had kids, doesn't matter. You're born with a uterus, bitch, you are the mother. You are the mother. Whether you ever have children or not, you are seen as a part of a singularity that has been uninterrupted. Do you understand? You are seen as a singularity that has been uninterrupted. Do you understand? This story about the mother who gives birth to a divine son that then becomes her son lover is about the fact that every time a male person has sex with a female person, he is having sex with the mother. Therefore, the portal through which he enters is the gate of heaven, where you can revisit heaven if you are a son. You can revisit heaven through intercourse, through entering the gates of heaven. But when it became taken over by Christianity, the gates of heaven, the gates of divine ecstasy, where the male can become like the mother through intercourse. The male can become like the mother. Sex becomes flipped upside down by the rogue son, and now everything to do with sex that could potentially liberate you men from the affliction of your Y chromosome now becomes synonymous with hell. Now becomes synonymous with the gates of hell. Sex is the gates of hell now, not the gates of heaven, for which you can reach heaven in the material form. You can reach heaven in the material world. Not die to go to heaven. You can live and go to heaven. You can be alive in your divine flesh and visit heaven. You see? Now that story's been flipped the fuck out upside down, so now sex is synonymous with the gates of hell. Sex is synonymous with the devil. Sex is synonymous with the diabolatry of fornication and sex outside of marriage and adultery and even sodomy. Males too have a prostate. They have the ability to orgasm through intercourse. What did Barbara Moore say in The Great Cosmic Mother when she talked about how if a male who had become too malignant in masculinity had a dream about the goddess, what did it mean? It meant that he had to subdue himself in the feminine recipient role. He had to give himself to another man in sexual union to harmonize his feminine energy because he had been doing too much masculine shit in the world. Isn't that what it said? But niggas don't want to hear that because homosexuality never existed in Africa before we met white people. Lie straight out of hell, I'm just saying. You feel me? So, Jesus tells one of his disciples, you know, child, let me tell you what Jesus, this fictitious Jesus, in the Gnostics had to say, because that Jesus was about that motherfucking life. He really was about that life. That Jesus. You feel me? So, y'all gotta go and watch this video. Cause I'm giving you the hood version breakdown of the video. Baby. That Jesus was about this life. Okay. Jesus says in the Gnostic fucking in the Gnostic scriptures, he says division, we're still talking about this. Division equals death, and unity equals immortality. Division equals death. Splitting away your right brain from your left brain. Splitting away, driving a division between your conscious and subconscious mind. Splitting away your soul from your spirit, from your emotional self, from your emotional body, from your physical body, is what causes death. Male from female, son from his mother. This is what causes death. And so Jesus said the only thing that can make you superhuman is the only thing that can make you immortal is unity within yourself, within your brain, within your mind, within your spirit, soul, and flesh and emotional body. And then within the external personification of the one in you. You understand? Yeah. You can't express unity between other human beings when your ass is literally like puzzle pieces that have not been placed together yet. You trying to fix the world and your ass is still a bunch of scattered, chaotic puzzle pieces all over the place. You ain't one within yourself. How can you create perfect unity outside yourself? Feel me? That's what he said. That's what he said. Okay? Then he said, this Jesus, he said, I have come to make the below like the above. Huh? What's the above that y'all been talking about? Heaven. Heaven is up the fuck there somewhere, and hell is down there some the fuck where. Isn't that right? But in your body, I just told you, where is hell? Hell is down here, in between your legs. You feel me? Hell is down here, and heaven is up here. But Jesus said, I have come to make the below like the above. I have come to make the below like the above. I have come to place the below as valuable as the above. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, I have come to make the below like the above and the outside like the inside and to unite them in this place. That's what he said. Let me go let my cat in. He out here staging a whole goddamn contest. The whole neighborhood gonna think I'm brutalizing my cats and shit. Hold on. This crying ass nigga. Ugh. I'm coming, fat head boy. Okay. Y'all, they so cute. They so cute. They so cute. Little babies. What's up, big head? Come on, boy. Come on, buddy. You know I was over here talking. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on, big head, baby. So this the little niglet I was talking about. Hmm? Come on, boy. Come on, baby. Hmm? Hmm? It's your big head, boy. He's so fine. He's so fine. But you ain't gonna do that. I don't know why you want to be doing all that moving around when I'm talking. You just be chilling. Big old fat self. You doing too much. You doing too much. Come on. Oh, squishy ass butt. Okay. So where's my little diagram at? That you ain't gonna do. Okay. Okay. So that's what he said. Then he said, still talking about the same thing. So this is how the diagram looks, right? Because the yang, the heat rises, right? Typically, the heat rises, right? The earth is down below. Our most yang self is up here. Our most yin self is the bottom of our feet, right? Our feet represent earth. Our head represents heaven, right? So he says, I have come to make the below like the above, and the above like the below, and the outside like the inside. And I have come to unite them in this place. This is the heart. This is the center. This is the center right here. This place where they all meet. X marks the spot. That's the place where they all meet to become harmonious. It's the center. It's the balancing of the seesaw right there in the center. That's what he's talking about. And the reason I have to teach it that way is because this is not disconnected. The whole, quote, philosophical Jesus that y'all be talking about, who disappeared off the face of the planet for 33 years before he just emerged a teacher and shit, he was in the East, bitch. He was in Asia. So this is not far-fetched. He was in Asia learning this shit before he just came up into the world teaching all the things. This is where he learned that shit from. This is where he learned that shit from. Listen to what your Jesus had to say, man. He say, those who say that they'll die first and then they'll rise to heaven are wrong. This is a quote. Those who say that they will die first and then they'll rise to go to heaven are wrong. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they are living, they won't receive anything when they die. But this is not about, quote, giving your life to Jesus while you are alive so that when you die, you have life everlasting. He's saying that life everlasting is now. The resurrection is the raising up of that which was below to the above. You understand? He's like, you ain't getting shit if you do not first receive the resurrection while you are alive. Okay? He said, and only when you do this, or only when this happens, that person is no longer a Christian, but a Christ. Only when you do this is that person no longer a Christian, but a Christ. It is only through harmonious union within the self that the person becomes a Christ. Not a Christian, a Christ. You hear me? He said, I want you to be God, bitch. But y'all want to be me. Y'all want to be the crucified. And I'm telling you, you are the Christ. He said, you saw the Spirit. You saw the Spirit. You became the Spirit. You saw Christ and you became Christ. Not like Christ. You became Christ. You saw the Spirit and you became Spirit. You saw Christ and you became Christ. You saw, quote, the Father. I substitute that with the mother. One of the weaknesses of the dude I'm telling you about. You saw the father, aka the mother, and you will become mother. Only through harmonious union, only as the divine androgyne. Only as the divine androgyne will you become like mother. To understand, it is not written in your law. I have said, he said, excuse me, is it not written in your law? I have said, you are gods. Not like gods. You are, he said, it's in the scripture. I said it, it's in the scripture. I have said, you are gods. That's what Jesus said. Right? So that was like his little picture of what the quote was, right? Whenever, let's see, listen. Whoever drinks from my mouth will become like I am. I myself will become that person, and the hidden things will be revealed to him. Listen, that quote. What does it mean to drink from one's mouth? It says, whoever drinks from my mouth will become like I am. I myself shall become that person, and the hidden things will be revealed to him, her. Right? What does it mean to drink from one's mouth? It means what we're doing right now. You hanging on every word that comes out of my mouth. It means you learning, not only learning, but internalizing, taking in every word that comes from my mouth, every word that, quote, springs from my mouth, every word that, quote, what's the other word I wanted to use? Shit. Every word that pours from my mouth, every word that springs from my mouth. You drink. You don't just listen, bitch. You drink. You take into. You internalize. And when you do that, it says you will become like me. And it says I myself will become you. Why? Because you have taken me into you. We are one. You feel me? And the hidden things will be revealed only in this way. What does this mean? These quotes were blowing my mind last night. Listen, because it says it's the only way that you can become godlike. Is that you can re-become God, not godlike, to re-become God. Listen to what Jesus say. Okay? This is what Jesus say. Christ came to repair the separation. Listen, still talking about this. Because the perception, it's the perception of separation. There is no separation. It is the perception of separation that has created the malignancy. It is the perception of separation that has created the pathogenesis. So Jesus says, Christ came to repair the separation that existed since the beginning by uniting the two again. He'll give life to those who died as a result of the separation by uniting them. Right? Remember, I don't even remember what it was about, but remember we were reading it in, I think, the Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, and we were talking about how the word vitriol, and we use the word vitriol, and I've been hearing a lot of people talk about vitriol over the last few days in relationship to this case, this CK killing, right, where he was chronically spitting vitriol out of his mouth, and so we assume that vitriol is like poison. It's like, spitting venom and shit, right? Baby, and we were talking about in the Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects how vitriol is actually not a word but an acronym that means, and this guy was talking about it on the show last night, that means visita interiora tiere rectificando invienis invenies occultum. I forget what the last word was because I didn't realize I cut it off. Lapidem, right? That's what vitriol means. That's the acronym. Those are the words of the acronym. But what it actually means is, what it translates to is, look now, it's still this. Visit the interior of the earth, and by purifying, you will find the hidden stone, the center. Okay? Then, listen. The separation became the beginning of death. Because of this, Christ came to repair the separation and again unite the two, and to give life to those who died as a result of the separation, and to unite them. But the woman is united to her husband in the bridal chamber. Indeed, those who have united in the bridal chamber will no longer be separated. It's like I said, what do you do in the bridal chamber? You fucking, you having sex. That's the only thing you do in the bridal chamber, is have sex. And he says that the woman is united with her husband in the bridal chamber. Indeed, those who have united in the bridal chamber will no longer be separated. It's saying the bridal chamber has to re-become heaven. It has to re-become heaven. And the only way that can happen is the sanctity and the sacredness of sex again. Sex not being synonymous with hell and damnation and brimstone and eternal punishment. It has to become sacred again. It has to be indicative of man's ability to re-enter heaven in the material form. He said that's the only way immortality can happen. Feel me? And then the last thing I'm going to read, okay, which is the coup d'etat. There's still a lot more, but this was the coup d'etat. It's two things, okay? So one, in this that I'm still talking about, it says the children of the bridal chamber, have just one name. Listen. Oh. This is what Jesus said in the Gnostics. The children, the byproducts of the harmonious union of the one, the two, becoming one. But the only way the two, the external two, can come together in the re-becoming of the one is for that harmonious union to happen within them first. The marriage of the groom and the bride within oneself. The marriage of the left and the right as the bride and the groom within oneself. The reunion of the front and the back in harmonious union as the bride and the groom. The reunion of spirit, soul, and flesh as one in the harmonious union as bride and groom within yourself first. Then taking that personification outside yourself into a actual physical coming together where the gate becomes the gate or the entryway of heaven. That's what he said. And the byproduct, what is supposed to be the supreme byproduct of the harmonious union of two wholes that come together to make a whole new entity, is the children of the bridal chamber have just one name. Guess. You can't even guess because I was up in here blowed. The children of the bridal chamber have but one name. Their name is rest. Their name is rest. Their name is rest. The children of the harmonious union in the bridal chamber, the offspring, the byproduct, which is their offspring. Their name is rest. That's why you have to create a society where there is no rest. What do they say? There is no rest for the weary. There is no rest for the wicked. There is no rest. It's the only way we can maintain this motherfucker the way that it is not give you bitches a moment's peace, a moment's rest. And on the contrary, isn't it our deck that is the medicine? Stop. You're doing too much. Cut it out. Sit. Cut it out. You're doing too much. You're gonna get off me if you can't chill. You're gonna get off me if you can't chill. What was I saying? You're gonna have to get off me. In the medicine woman deck, isn't one of the I don't get off. Isn't one of the cards? It's one of the major arcana. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. But the quote from that card is what does she say? As the goddess? What does she say as the goddess? What does she say as the goddess? That I'm always quoting to y'all. You are the avatar through which I do my best work. But it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. It is only through a relaxed and well-rested you that I do my best work. That's what the cards say. That's what Jesus said. That's what Jesus said. Once you become God, bitch, once you re-become the one within yourself, once you become superhuman, once you re-become God, the only thing that you can produce, I'm not just talking about physical offspring of two opposite sex human beings coming together in sexual union. That's one aspect of it. But I'm talking about the harmonious union of the you inside you. And it says the only thing that you can create, the only offspring that you can put forth is rest. Because it say what? The children of the bridal chamber have but one name. Rest. That once you become God, bitch, what will happen? What they be telling you God be doing up in Mount Olympus. Just chilling. Just drinking. Just fucking. Just chilling. Isn't that what they tell you that Zeus and them did? That they was just up in Mount Olympus having parties, resting, fucking. They wasn't up there doing no work. They wasn't up there toiling. They wasn't up there going to a job. They was just chilling. And so that is the expectation. If God is up there chilling, then we too, once we become God, we too will be just fucking chilling. And isn't that what Jesus said? That the children of the bridal chamber have but one name? Rest. I was up in here blowed. Because in that damn Inner Woman guidebook, the medicine woman in a guidebook, she said the same thing that I've been quoting to y'all for a couple of years now. That if you want me, the goddess, to use you because that's the only way I can do anything on the material plane. It's through my material offspring. That's the only way I can do shit. The only way I can do shit and the best shit that I do is through a well-rested and relaxed you. There is no other way. And then here Jesus said this shit too. And then the last thing, this is the coup d'etat, and this is how I'm going to leave tonight. This is how I'm going to, enjoy it, because it's the last long shit I'm doing. I have a schedule that I've created for myself, and I will post the schedule because I don't have it in front of me. But I've created a schedule for myself. So those of you who have become paid members, you haven't gotten really many perks as a consequence of being a paid member. And I appreciate you so much. So I was like, you know what? I should really start taking advantage of the people who who have paid memberships. So what I'm going to start doing is once a week, I am going to do an exclusive live that is only for members. That's only for paid members. Okay, that's going to be on Wednesdays. No, did I say Thursdays? I'll post the schedule. I'll type it out and I'll post it on the YouTube like community board post thing. So one day a week, I am going to do a live that will only be available to members only. One. Two, I'm going to go back to, I was doing this for a while, but I'm going to go back to doing weekly live temple services. This is your temple service for this week. Weekly live temple services. Okay? That's going to be on Saturday, like it always has been. It's going to be on Saturday. And I'm going to be doing like daily, like little shorts. And then I will do a daily live. But every live that I do from now on is going to be like the free lives like this are going to be limited to 45 minutes to an hour. That's it. No more long, drawn out, no matter how tempted I am, because so much shit be coming through. The lives are going to be 45 minutes to an hour. That's it. Okay. So I would encourage you to become members. I haven't decided what this week's member exclusive live is going to be about, but I think what I'm going to start doing is using the member exclusive live to do more practically applied information, health information. So this is where I'm going to teach the health stuff, like practical applications. So like, how to eat for the change of the season, because Sunday is not only the eclipse, but it's also the equinox, right? So like how to shift in eating for the season, how to, apply and make a poultice, like very practical teaching style shit that is member exclusive shit. The only way that you're going to be able to access it is if you're a paid member. I think that's how I'm going to approach that. Right. And there was something else I was going to say about that. But I'm going to be on the schedule now, a regular schedule, and I am going to honor my time more. You feel me? Like I did a 9-hour live, and I was encouraging people to make donations during the live, and people are still commenting on that live that I did maybe 2 weeks ago. And I think that day during that 9-hour live, I made $6 in donations that day. 9-hour live of straight gold dropping, and I made $6 that day. It's unacceptable, and I can't expect you to value my time if I don't value my time. So 45 minutes to an hour are the daily free lives streamed this way. One day a week, a live for paid members only, and then the Saturday morning temple service, which also will be only an hour. So that's how I'm gonna do that. Like I have to really start being more aggressive about how I expect my time to be valued and how I value my time and how I see my time within the scope of what it is we're trying to create. Okay, so that's my little diatribe on that. Now, the last thing I'm going to say, what I'm going to leave you with is this last quote. Because this last quote made on this guy, I'm still referencing this guy's live from last night, Morgue Official, on the secrets of immortality. The last quote that he made was talking about what is the process of re-becoming one? What is the process of mirroring the left and right brain, the conscious and subconscious mind, the heart and the brain, right? The all of the different ways that we are segmented, we are dissectified and shit. You feel me? He said, so what is the way? What is the method? What is it that will allow you to become one again? The answer was so simple. That's why I be saying all the time, keep it simple, make it plain. This is the space where epiphany lies. It really, really, really is. Make it plain. Keep it simple. Make it plain. Keep it simple. This was the last quote of this 49-minute live this dude did, where Jesus is teaching uh, uh, how to re-become one, how to re-become a unified, harmonious one within oneself, how to re-become the divine androgyne. Huh? Guess what he said? Guess what Jesus said? Keeping it extra simple. Epiphany. He said, always and in all things, recognize what is right in front of you. This is what he said on how to re-become God, on how to re-become the divine androgyne, on how to reunite all the dissectifications into a singularity, a singular harmonious union within oneself. That's what he said. That's the answer. That's what he said. Always recognize what is right in front of you. That's what I mean when I say, bitch, simplify. Always simplify. Always simplify. Always simplify. Because today was a day of days. Listening to commentators, listening to all the crisis about this, that, this, and that, this, and that. And what was I telling y'all last time I talked to y'all? Isn't it interesting that the Bible says that you can't trust nothing about yourself? You can't trust your eyes. You can't trust on your own understanding. You can't trust your tongue. You can't trust your heart. You feel me? That you can't trust your vagina. You feel me? You can't trust shit. Rely not on your own understanding. Rely not on your eyes, for they will betray you. Feel me? Why they got to do that? Because the Gnostic Jesus said, the more complicated it is, the further from the truth you are. That's what he said in that little statement. He said, the more complicated they make it, recognize that it's literally this close in front of your fucking face. But you can't see what's in front of your fucking face because you know that the Bible say your eyes will betray you. So what you see ain't really what you see, even though what you see is exactly what the fuck you see. You hear me? Even though what you see is actually what the fuck you see, you will see something the fuck else because you will reason away what is right in front of you. Why? Because your Bible told you to. Your Bible told you, don't trust your eyes, don't trust your ears, don't trust your tongue, your mouth, don't trust your own understanding of this information that's coming through these places. That's coming through these things. Don't trust you. If it ain't up in here in the make-believe in your head, don't trust it. Don't trust it. And so Jesus said, in order for you to become the divine androgyne, bitch, in order for you to become God, you must always, what he say? You must always what? You must always recognize what is right in front of you. You must always recognize what's right in front of you. So y'all be coming to all conclusions but the right conclusion. Y'all be coming to all the conclusions but the right conclusions. Why? Because you don't trust yourself. You don't trust your eyes. You don't trust your ears. You don't trust your heart. You don't trust your tongue. You don't trust your flesh. You don't trust your vagina. You don't trust it. You don't trust it. That's why he said that. If you want to become God, bitch, trust yourself. Recognize that all the answers that you need are not hidden. They are not in the mystery schools. They are not off in some foreign land, in some foreign text. They literally right here, jumping in front of you. Hey, I'm right here. Hey, why are you looking over there? Hey, the answer. I'm the answer. I'm right here. I'm right here. And you will look everywhere but to yourself, child. That's what Jesus said in this quote. Recognize that the answer that you need to re-becoming God is right, always right in front of you. Ain't that a word for your ass? Ain't that a word for your ass? So you literally, let me give you an example. He said, always recognize what is right in front of you. What is right in front of you? What is right in front of you? in order for you to become God, in order for you to have the answers to every question you could possibly have, always recognize what is right in front of you. So I'm doing this is how I'm gonna close out. I'm doing fucking image searches for the topic of this bullshit, the revenge on the nerds, to look for these pictures of all these wicked ass monstrous motherfuckers, you feel me? I'm looking for goddamn pictures, and I'm like, oh my God, what this dude said last night. Always recognize what is right in front of you to liberate yourself. Always recognize what is right in front of you in order for you to solve every problem. Always recognize what is, trust you. Always recognize what is right in front of you, no matter how much the noise is trying to distract you over the fuck there somewhere. I'm looking at all these images, image after of every billionaire in this motherfucker. All the quote 50 richest people in the United States of America based on the states through which they live, which is every single one of the 50 states. Every fucking one of them are white. White-skinned, white. There are 3 females, white, who are the quote richest people in their state. They're all white. Not only are they all white, 52% of those all white faces that own every motherfucking penny your ass generate, 52% of them are Jewish and white. Jewish and white. But in your mind, this will not compute. That they Jewishness and they wealth and they billionaireness, and you know that Jews run Hollywood and Jews run the music industry and Jews have had all of this impact on your motherfucking life, you will still dare not say that Jewishness and oppression of others and wealth at their expense are a historical pattern that we can point to, that a scientific, statistical, numerically accurate tendency that we can point to. You will dare not say that shit, because even though it's right here in your face in an image that you can see, the 50 wealthiest people in America based on the state that they live in, who are the wealthiest motherfuckers that live in your state and the impact they're having on your goddamn life, and it's right here in your face, you will say something other than what the fuck it is. You will come to the conclusion that this is something other than what it is that your ass looking at. You will. I said, oh my God, I didn't even realize that what this dude said last night was going to be so important when I'm talking about the revenge on the nerds. Because when I came out the gate talking about these ugly motherfuckers and how reactionary lifestyle will make your ass ugly. But the other thing is every last one of these malignant weirdos was the fucking weirdo goddamn so-called nerd, because nerds necessarily aren't weirdos. It's this particular type of nerdy weirdo that is sometimes, not often, brainy, but completely unambitious. Feel me? He weird because he want to be. You feel me? He antisocial because he want to be. You feel me? These are all the motherfuckers who become billionaires and run every existence of your life. And so I'm thinking about the old movie Revenge of the Nerds, where it's like the nerd gets the babe and the nerd gets the money and the nerd. But all the while, even though he's quote a nerd and he's a quote underdog, but is he really? Because the shit that he be plotting and scheming is real monstrous, diabolical shit on how he gonna get the girl, on how he gonna get the money. Everything that he do is gross. Like when in Superbad, where there was like, because it's the nerds, right? We just got to make sure we can get some. So the whole movie is about these 2 motherfuckers trying to find a way to buy alcohol, and they underage, so they can get this target of Jonah Hill drunk, so that he becomes the mistake that she makes while she's drunk. He's talking about date rape, is what he's talking about. But he's the good guy. You want to root for the underdog. It shouldn't matter that he's fat. It shouldn't matter that he's ugly. It shouldn't matter that he's kind of goofy and corny and has no motherfucking social skills. So he got a plot and scheme on how he's going to buy alcohol as an underage motherfucker so he can fucking date rape the object of his desire. This is every goddamn movie you've ever seen. We watching decades of movies like Revenge of the Nerds, Revenge of the Nerds 2, and all of this shit, which is the same thing. How can we plot and scheme to overcome some woman's body while still playing the victim? the essentially nice guy, the nice guy who, if you just get to know me and give me a chance, even though I'm socially awkward and act like I don't know how to dress and am not really interested in learning how to make myself more desirable for the opposite sex, you just need to trust that I'm a nice guy. And if you just got to know me as a nice guy, then you would willingly give up pussy. But since you're not since you're not willing to give up pussy, then I have to do fucked up shit like try to find somebody to buy me alcohol, and so I can drown you in alcohol so I can have the opportunity to be, quote, the mistake that you make when I get drunk. That's date rape. However you frame it, that's date rape. And we grew up accepting that culture. We just have to give the nerdy guy a chance. And these self-proclaimed nice guys being wickedly diabolical motherfuckers who plotting and scheming on dirt while still trying to play the victim. Well, it's her own fault. She wouldn't give me a chance to show her that I'm a nice guy. So I had to do what I had to do, or else I was going to die a virgin. And so after fucking 4 decades of accepting that this version of date rape is socially acceptable because bitches just are so shallow they won't give the nice guy a chance, they won't give the nerdy weirdo the chance. Here we are. This point, this apex that we are at has been working on us for a good 40, 50 years. And they'll call this shit romantic comedy. They'll call date rape culture romantic comedy. And then condition us to accept that maybe somehow I am fucked up because I won't give the ugly guy that I'm not sexually attracted to a chance. And maybe I'll become sexually attracted to him if I give the ugly guy a chance, because at least he's less dangerous than the jock. That's what we believe. That's what we've been taught. At least he's not as aggressive as the jock. At least he's not as dangerous as the jock. Meanwhile, they're putting shit in your drink. They filling you with alcohol in the hopes that they can slide close enough in your drunken, inebriated state to be the mistake that you make while you're drunk. So you feel like the bad guy because you got drunk, and I never would have fucked that guy if I wouldn't have been drunk, not knowing that he had been plotting and scheming on you any motherfucking way. Like that kind of shit. And so here we are, the apex presentation of that shit, where nerds, and that they even give a bad name to nerds, truth be told. But this version of nerds, this malignant version of nerds, literally rule the planet. Look at every motherfucker I put on that screen, on my thumbnail. Look at every picture that you will see come up when you Google images of America's 50 wealthiest fucking people. They are the malignancy nerds. They aren't the geniuses. No. Because I'm a nerd. Why am I a nerd? Because I'm a genius. I'm an actual genius. I'm not a self-proclaimed genius. I'm an actual genius. These motherfuckers self-proclaimed geniuses that are the literal face of mediocrity, of malignant nerds, are the Jonah Hills, the Revenge of the Nerds types of the 1970s and 80s movies, Revenge of the Nerds. They are the actual motherfuckers personified in these images that I showed you of the malignancy of nerds, diabolical intentions, wicked ass dealings and wildings and imaginations that have placed themselves accordingly to become the fucking rulers of the goddamn universe, the rulers of the world. And so the mother, who has been passive for far too long, because the only way this was able to happen is for us to be successfully self-subdued. We are self-subdued through the acceptance of Christianity, Islam, or any of these other things. We are self-subdued, self-imprisoning, because that's how this shit was created by the Sun Gone Rogue, was to cause us to self-police, to self-subdue, to self-erase, to self under the auspice of safety. If I'm quiet, if I don't make a lot of noise, if if I'm not seen, if I don't make myself too sparkly, too shiny, too colorful, maybe they won't. Maybe they won't fuck with me. If I just go to work, keep my head down, just do my job, don't be trying to make no friends, maybe they'll leave me the fuck alone. But because you God, bitch, they don't never leave you alone. You can be quiet, keep your head down, not offend anybody at work, and they're gonna say, "Why you got an attitude? Why you don't speak to anybody? You're not really personable. You're making everybody uncomfortable because you don't talk. But then when you talk, why you talk so much? Why you always talking? Why you always in everybody's face? Why you so great? Why you talk so much?" When black women be up on here talking about what is it? You can't win for losing. The little cute shit where they be doing these selfies and they be like, you know, when you're black and female, you're never really alone because there's always gonna be some white person up in your shit, up in your cipher, up in your space. Why that is? Why that is? And so the only remedy to this shit is for us to boss the fuck up. The theory says that it is only when the mother becomes passive that the son becomes aggressive. That's it. It's oh, they over there making little baby noises. It's only when the mother becomes passive that the son becomes aggressive. And so therein lies the answer to this quandary, bitch. We gonna have to boss the bus. We gonna have to boss the fuck up on these bitches. We got to boss the fuck up on these bitches. And what I mean by boss up is every time you step out into the world in your joyful, beautiful, awesome, audacious self, but with the primary purpose, I'm going out into the world today as my most awesome self. But the only reason I'm going out in the world today is to make somebody fucking uncomfortable. Somebody is going to be made uncomfortable by my brilliance today. Somebody is going to be made uncomfortable by my beauty today. Somebody is going to be made uncomfortable by my awesomeness and my audacity on this day. That every time I step in the world, I have to shake the shit out of the world. And nobody is going to accept me and my authority, my power as the mother, if I keep conceding space to make them comfortable, if I keep being soft to make them comfortable, that ain't the way that shit gonna happen. Your ass is going to have to, your ass is gonna have to boss the fuck up. You're gonna have to re-seize territory, bitch. You're about to have to regain territory out this motherfucker. You're about to have to regain space. You about to have to step out into the world with your only objective be, how many motherfuckers can I make uncomfortable today with my presence? Just me living. Yes, bitch, I want you. And I want to acknowledge you in your discomfort with my existence. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So these sisters talking about why is it that Trump can talk to this black journalist the way that she did, disrespect this black journalist the way she did. You know why he was able to do that in a room full of fucking reporters where he wasn't talking to no other reporters that way? The reason that that motherfucker could be up on there and talk to that African woman the way that he did was because he knew under decorum, under respectability politics and all of that bullshit, that her response was not going to be to verbally cleave that motherfucker's head off. And she didn't. She didn't. But what was required in that space is your ass is disrespectful anyway. So the only genuine response, the only honest response in this dialogue where you telling me I'm stupid is to use my tongue as the sword that it is and cleave your motherfucking head off. She should have cussed his ass from one side to the other, from up to down, from down to up. Oh, I'm stupid. Let me show you stupid real quick. Let me go ahead and demonstrate what stupid really the fuck is today. Because you gonna disrespect me every time I come the fuck up in here, and I am required to be, and I deserve to be up in this space because I too am a fucking reporter. I'm a journalist. And so since this gonna be your attitude every time somebody black come the fuck up in here asking you questions, let me just show you what stupid is right now. So maybe you'll tread lightly the next time you call on me to ask the question, and the only reason you call on me is to try to shame me in this public place. Let me just show you real quick. And see, they done gotten accustomed to us under the auspice of decorum, of cutesy, of what's that other shit they be talking about? Whatever. Whatever. Cutesy. What was the other thing? Oh, what was the other thing? Demure. Thank you, Java Watson. It's demure. It's cutesy. It's respectable. So you don't raise your voice and all of that bullshit. No, bitch. Now is the time to, if the only thing you got is your voice, is to use your tongue like the sword that it is start to slay. That's it. That's the starting point. That's the easiest thing that we can do. Especially while they're trying to censor you anyway. You might as well go ahead and use your sword, bitch. You might as well go ahead and use your sword. There is one more thing I'm going to say about this. Because our folks, black people, please stop. Just please, please stop. Just stop. I'm watching all these black commentators talking about this Jimmy Kimmel shit. And none of y'all, it didn't occur to a single one of you to go and Google this motherfucker before defending him. Not one of you. Because I ain't heard one of you talk about who he is and who he has been. Knee-jerk response, everybody jump on board to defend Jimmy Kimmel in this obvious aggression by this totalitarian dictator on free speech. And let us all state our unity with Jimmy Kimmel, or Jimmy Kimmel, whatever the fuck his name is, and this and that and this and that. The basis of the boycott of Disney and all of that shit, I'm not opposed to it. But immediately, I was like, let me see who this motherfucker is before I fall for the okie doke. Because I always recognize what is right in front of me. I always recognize what is right in front of me. My knee-jerk response as soon as I heard it was like, let me go and check who this motherfucker is. And I didn't even have to search so long. I just went onto his Wikipedia. I just went, it's funny that you mentioned this, QB, because Joy Reid, I couldn't remember her name. Joy Reid was the one I was telling you about today in this conversation that she had with another Reid woman, I guess her cousin or something like that, about how the NABJ needs to be telling Trump, fuck you, for how he treated this woman, right? That was her. I don't know nothing about her. So I don't know nothing about the outrage, but I saw her this morning, and she was the one that was like, she actually did this on the screen. She was like, everybody attitude that has any kind of influence, these organizations that supposedly represent black people, why they ain't saying shit? These organizations that are supposed to represent black journalists, why they ain't saying shit? All these black schools that have been targeted since the death of CK, and ain't nobody coming out to make some hard condemnations of what's happening. Everybody's talking with decorum and respect while trying to state their opposition to what happened. And she was like, everybody should be saying this. Fuck Trump. That's what she said, right? So I was like, okay, girl. But I'm saying, this Jimmy Kimmel thing, stop doing that, man. So Jimmy Kimmel just filed a $1 billion lawsuit today against Disney for this thing that happened to him. But fuck Jimmy Kimmel, man. Stop doing that. Stop on the principle, because you are literally being led around like fucking sheep. On the principle that this is an attack on free speech, so we have to defend Jimmy Kimmel and boycott all these stations. Boycott the stations, which should have been boycotting any the fuck way. Boycott the stations. If this is going to be the igniter of the boycott, fine. But don't be bigging up this bitch. Jimmy Kimmel has a history of being racist. He dressed up in fucking blackface when talking about Oprah and some other brother. You feel me? Like he had a whole little they were talking about how there was charges brought up, not charges, accusations brought up against him and his handling of, what's the girl name who played on the Transformer movies? Megan Fox? And how he was making extremely inappropriate humanizing sexual comments when she was being interviewed about why she was kicked off the Transformers franchise. He is a man. Not only is he a man, he is a white man. Not only is he a white man, he is of German fucking descent. Stop defending these fucking people. These same people, I'm watching all these videos, all these TikToks of all these white people talking about. I can't believe there were demonstrations all over Disney today here in California because of this thing with goddamn Jimmy Kimmel, right? Jimmy Kimmel, whatever the fuck his name is, right? All over, all these white people. This is an aggression against free speech. This is like the end, and we all have to band together. This is so important. And all these TikToks and all this shit, all these white people, and then all these black people talking about we got to get rid of our shit. We got to get rid of Disney. We got to get rid of ABC. And I'm not opposed to any of that. But the problem that I have with this narrative is that it was centered around this white boy, this white German, who has a history, a repeated history of fucking being racist and misogynistic. And y'all didn't take the 2 seconds that it would take to see that shit, to learn that shit. Anything but Trump, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Trump is trying to attack free speech, but y'all ain't been hyped about nobody else free speech that has been challenged up until this point, which has been many. Quiet. Y'all are asking everybody to delete your shit, support the boycott, but have y'all been boycotting Starbucks like everybody's been asking y'all to do for motherfucking since October 7th? Nope, y'all ain't did that in mass. Have y'all been boycotting Target when all these black people just in February was like, everybody boycott Target? White people's like, that ain't got shit to do with us. DEI ain't got shit to do with us. The attacks on DEI ain't really affecting us like that. Because even though we benefited from DEI, we aren't the targets of the undoing of DEI. They ain't got shit to do with it. So Target ain't Mr. B. Yes, Target has lost a little money because of the black people who have retracted their resources from there. But gays, any other gays other than black people, let me put it that way. Gays didn't support the Target boycott. Gays, Mexicans did not support the Target boycott. But all of a sudden, everybody's like, we gotta defend free speech. And so if we're gonna defend free speech, we gotta defend Jimmy Kimmel. Fuck that bitch. Fuck him. Still do the boycott. Still find ways to not give these motherfuckers your money. Still find a way to topple their institutions. But don't be using the face of some fucking white German who hates women and hates black people. Baby, this motherfucker ain't been on the air but since the early to mid 2000s. And you think that you so ignorant? You say, I'm sorry that I dressed up in blackface in the year 2000, I think it was 2013. Bitch, you ain't fresh. You ain't new for your bullshit ass apology. And so I saw this fucking thing today about this, I'm trying to boycott Amazon, child. I'm actively trying to do that. I am active because I done bought so much music. I done bought probably $3,000 worth of music that I have archived in fucking Amazon that I got to find a way to download all of that music I paid for. Not streaming because I paid for the stream. I'm talking about music that I paid for. I got to download all of that shit so I don't lose the $2,000 worth of money I done spent on fucking music. But that's the ambition. I've been, as a matter of fact, spent about 2 hours yesterday actually downloading music that I paid for. When I was, when it was early on, when they was doing music and they were like, you can spend 99 cents on a song back like in 2005-ish, 2008-ish or something like that. I was like, oh shit. So I just started paying for all these goddamn, paying for all these songs. And so over the years, I have a lot. I'm 99 cent here, 99 cent there. That shit add the fuck up, add the fuck up, add the fuck up, add the fuck up. And baby, like I'm probably gonna have to buy a separate external hard drive just to download all of my music on Amazon, so I don't pay for anything else, right? So that's it. I don't order from there. All I do is have my music on there, my music player. But I'm like, damn, I really do need to get the fuck up off this shit. So I got to download all my damn, I'm telling you, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. I got so much music because music is my everything. I got so much music on the Amazon player, which is why I never I never used Apple Music. Never. Never. Never, never, never. Never. I know that's the only thing most people use. I've never used Apple Music because I knew Apple was fucked up. That's why I don't have an iPhone. That's why I don't have an iMac. I don't purchase Apple shit at all in any way, in any area of my life. But so at the time, I thought that Amazon was a healthy alternative, and then later you find out that it's just as malignant as everything else. So I'm actually actively trying to pull all my shit up off of there. You feel me? That's a digression that I made. But my point for bringing it up is, do not be using the face of some fucking white boy as the quote igniting herald that makes you finally get rid of these apps that have been exploiting you. You feel me? Do the boycott, but don't place him in the city. This bitch is about to become a billionaire. This bitch has filed a $1 billion lawsuit for breach of contract against Disney and ABC and all of that shit. And he's probably gonna fucking win. He's probably gonna win. So he'll become a billionaire. Your ass will still be broke talking about let's boycott this, let's boycott that, let's boycott this, let's boycott that. Don't do that shit. Stop doing that shit. Because these motherfuckers, ain't now one of them came to your defense. Ain't none of them came to your side to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, even if it didn't directly affect their life. They like, we cast our lots with you. Ain't none of these same motherfuckers crying tears and shit about fascism. This is fascism. What about our freedom of speech? What about our God-given right, our First Amendment right to freedom of speech? I can't believe they did this to Jimmy Kimmel. This is fascism. But it wasn't fascism when 350,000 black women lost their jobs up in this bitch. Where they at? We're all tears and shit about fascism, while you can read a statistic where the year ain't even over and 350,000 goddamn black women, the targets of DEI, 350,000 black women have lost their fucking livelihood out in this bitch. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Until white people en masse start saying, whatever black people do, that's what the fuck we support. Wherever black people got businesses, that's where I'm spending my money. Until y'all start saying that, I don't give a fuck. I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit y'all talking at y'all motherfucking face. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. Because I don't want to hear about how good you are when you're supposed to be good, when it's supposed to count. Y'all motherfuckers don't show up. Y'all crickets. Y'all ain't nowhere to be found. How is Target even still standing if white people gave a damn about what's happening to the black world in this goddamn country? As soon as black people say, we ain't giving out money to motherfucking Target no more. If you're really progressive, if you really give a fuck about the world, if you really give a fuck about black life, your ass would have been the next loud saying, whatever fucks up the lives of black people, we gonna stand in solidarity with black people. And if black people say they ain't giving their money to motherfucking Target, bitch, it means we ain't giving our motherfucking money to Target. But Target remains because white people don't give a fuck about your life. Target remains because gay people don't give a fuck about your life en masse and seeing themselves as other than us. You understand? Target remains because Mexican people was like, that ain't got shit to do with us. We ain't really lost our jobs with Target. Black people screaming from the rooftops. Preachers, the Southern Baptist Convention, everybody's like, stop giving your money to Target. And everybody was like, oh, that's a them problem. That's a them problem. Stop doing that. Stop doing that shit. We have to set the terms. We have to set the standard. We have to set the stage. And the only way that we're going to believe that you are progressive is your tendency to win black women, win black people. No, just win black women. Win black women and win black LGBTQIA people, so-called marginalized people. Win black women and those communities under the leadership of black women say, this the action that we taking. All these others, white people, brown people, red people, all this shit, all these others say, whatever black bitches say, that's what we do. We following they lead. They saying boycott Target, that means all of us need to fucking boycott Target. They saying make a commitment to spend 10% of your income at some black business. When black people say that's what we need to do, that means us too. White people, we need to be going and giving 10% of our income to some black business. Until that happens, I don't believe none of y'all are progressive. I don't give a fuck what you're saying out your mouth. I don't believe there are any progressive white people that are not actively doing what I just said. And if you ain't actively doing what I just fucking said, where your default is, whatever black women say, that's what we do. Whatever black women say, that's what we falling in line with. Whatever directives come from black women, that's what we with. That's what we on board with. If you call yourself progressive and that's not your fucking leaning, first of all, it ain't rocket science what I'm talking about. So for me to even have to state this is because you are not as progressive as you think. You are not as progressive as you think. You still got stakes in white nationalism. You still got stakes in the preservation of this rotten bitch. And so I don't believe you're progressive. I don't believe, and that don't mean shit anyway. To be progressive does in this country the way that it is doesn't require you to do anything of action. So don't. It don't require you to take any action in the real world. It's just you just progressive because you got some ideas in your head that ain't conservative. That's all. There is not a mandate in the proclamation of progressiveness for you to go out there and demonstrate what progressive means to you. And that's the starting point. From this point on, whatever black bitches say in whole, whatever black people say in mass about what we gonna do and what we think people should do. If black motherfuckers, the main ones, 350,000 motherfucking black women that lost their jobs, y'all need to be listening to black people right now. Y'all need to be listening to black women right now. 350,000 black women lost their motherfucking jobs. Y'all need to be finding out how to support what is happening to black women. There are some white people who are about that life, but they are few and far between. Like I saw this whole campaign these two white women launched to start identifying brilliant black women and paying off their student loan debts. There's some white. I met this white guy in Arizona. He was a bar owner in Arizona, and he has beautiful jewelry on. I was like, oh my god, this jewelry is like incredible. He was like, it was a gift. I was like, wow, this was the hell of gifts. He said all the rings that he was wearing were gifts. I was like, gifts from who? He is like, gifts from the Navajo. I said, what? He said, yeah, gifts from the Navajo. I said, why would Navajo people be giving you uncut, raw, fucking turquoise, big, beautiful rings? He was like, because my family was part of them people who came over here during the pioneer eras and started taking up people land and shit. And so from generation to generation, we always had a gang of land in northern Arizona. And he said that me and my brother, when my parents died, they left us all this land, hundreds of acres of land. And he said, so after my parents died and they left us this land, and me and my brother split the land in half, my brother, he went to do what he was gonna do. I think he like sold part of his land and then built a house on his land or whatever. I said, what did you do with your land? He said, I gave all of it. I didn't make a single dime off quote my land. Every single square inch of the land that I was left in my parents' will, that was what was left over quote all these years that we owned this land. Every single inch of the land I returned to the Navajo. That's what the white boy said. Every single penny, every single dollar's worth of land that my parents, my grandparents, my great grandparents had been in the possession of my people now, I gave all the land back to the Navajo people. This is what they gave me as a gift in return. So there's some white people who can come to the right conclusions about their stakes in the world, the role that they play, and they know, even though they feign ignorance, they know. And the evidence that they know is that this white boy, without being charged by anybody, was like, it's the right thing to do. We know how we came into possession of this land during the pioneer era when the presidents was just giving white people land if they would go and commit to killing Indians and shit. We know how we got this shit. It ain't rocket science to me. As soon as my parents unhanded this shit, the first thing I did was go to representatives of the tribal elders in Navajo Nation. I was like, hey, y'all want y'all shit back? And they was like, hell yeah, we want our shit back. And I gave them their shit back. He didn't have to go to college to learn that shit. He didn't have to be no deep philosophical guru to come to that conclusion. So there's some white people out here about that life. The majority of y'all who call yourself progressive, y'all are liars. Yeah, and it's convenient liars because guess what? There is nothing out here that requires people that requires of people that if you say you are progressive, this is the evidence of your progressiveness. How does what is in your head match with your behavior in the world? And if it don't match, it means you ain't progressive. You actually just an undercover conservative. That's all. Your ass just got a sheet on. You just a wolf in sheep's clothing and shit. That's all. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. Your progressiveness is the sheep's clothing. Your democracy is the sheep's clothing. But your intentions are the same. It's to devour what you perceive as weak. That's all I gotta say. I'm sleepy. My eyes are fighting to stay open. It's good talking to y'all. And this is the live. This is the temple ceremony for this week. So I will not be doing a live tomorrow. I will not be doing live 7 days a week. I will be doing lives Monday through Friday. I will do Saturday service lives Monday through Friday, and then Sunday I will be taking off. Okay. Shout out to everybody who picked me up during my birthday celebration. Shout out to everybody who donated. Shout out to everybody who bought a gift. Shout out to the, I think, 7 women who flew in from other places. 7 women. 6 of those 7 we had never met face to face until the night of my party. That's this. That's you two. That's this medium. I met 6 women who I knew through this medium, but had never met face to face until the day of my birthday party. I'll say this. It was amazing. It was amazing. I had a great time, especially considering that the previous 7 days before my birthday were the worst in my whole existence. The worst in my whole existence. The birthday party was the redemption. It was really, really great. It was really, really fun. Everybody was so generous. I have to show y'all on another date, like the gifts that I got. Like I got this beautiful scarf from this sister who knows that I have she knows she's a client, in-house client. So she knows I have a Frida Kahlo shrine. And so she bought me a bunch of stuff. This scarf that's very Frida Kahlo-esque. She brought me this cute little pill box with Frida Kahlo on it. So, of course, I'm going to go put it on my altar. She bought me these cute-ass Frida Kahlo socks that you know I'm not going to wear. These cute-ass Frida Kahlo socks that are going to go on my altar. So she knows I love Frida Kahlo. So she bought me all this little cute Frida Kahlo stuff. And then Sister Taylor, who flew in from North Carolina, she bought me this piece of equipment that I am like about to get up into. She bought me a digital voice recorder. She flew in from North Carolina, you guys, to come and party with me on my birthday. It was really powerful that people, one sister came from Seattle, another sister flew in from Vegas, another sister flew in from Trinidad, y'all. Another sister, she is new to the area, but she lives here. Rose, who's always in the comment section, she ain't here tonight, but she came with her daughter, her little baby. It was really, really dope. It was really dope. It was a lot of fun. And I tried to hang. I did hang. I did. I left the party at 7:30 in the fucking morning. When I say left the party, the DJ was still spinning tracks at 7:30 in the morning when I finally was like, yo, I'm done. Stick a fork in me. This was fun. My head want to stay, but my body is staging a mutiny. I got to go home. When I decided to go home, there were still 20 fucking people at that party outside as the sun was coming up on some party shit while the DJ still playing. That party was crunk. That party was turned the fuck up. That shit was crazy. There were still 20 people at the party at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. Luciano was like, some of them motherfuckers didn't leave until 11 o'clock. I said, It was like an old school rager, baby. Anyway, Gen X be turned the fuck up. I don't care what none of y'all say. Gen X be in this bitch knowing how to party. Okay? That shit was awesome. We had a good ass time. It was really, really good. And so it just turned my spirit around until this bullshit today with this fucking woman who wouldn't give me my goddamn mani-pedi after she got paid. wouldn't give me my damn mani pedi. But outside of that, I'm in a good mood. My little girl and had little babies over here. You feel me? It was a good day. She tried to derail my day, but it was a good day. So that's all I got to tell you. I'm gonna go to sleep after loving on these kitties. So it'll be a couple of days before I touch them, and so maybe Monday or Tuesday when I do the live, I'll show you a little cute baby. Okay. All right. Y'all have a good night. And thank you so much for hanging. Sorry I was late, but y'all know why now. And I will see y'all on Monday. Will be the next time I do a live, unless something extraordinary happens and I need to report on it right away. Okay. All right. Peace.